protesting me? Why? Give me a reason. I protest because you're killing us.
Who is killing you?
You police. You're killing us in our communities. Poor communities. Why do you want to arrest me?
Yes.
People's power! People's power! People's power! When we lose our fears, no more killings! No more killings!
Agombo, this is a message to you. Usitoke, don't come. Agombo, please stay at home. We saw your efforts, okay? We saw everything that you did for Kenya. Now let us. We miss you, but Agombo, please don't even come outside. Don't come outside. Tunatoka on your behalf, okay?
Katambe, ni nyinyi mmechoose hiyo side, hakuna mtu amewaforce. Wacha Katambe, kama unitambui pia mimi sikutambui boss. Wacha Katambe, mnasema mnataka kupea Kenya bright future. True, juu Zakayo akishuka alirudishia kila mtu mali yake times.
Okay, Matu unaongea, wacha nikaribisha watu na wakaribisha nyote. Umesikia huyo msichana amesema hakuna vile wanatubabaisha. Like I was saying in the other show that the MPs are back to their arrogance, okay? And we must tame them. We really don't care who is the deputy president. If Ruto was thinking that he was going to divert our attention by history ya Gachagua, ako lost tu sana, ako lost tu kama yesterday. Okay, tunampatia ruhusa achague mwenye nataka, atakitaka kuchagua bibi yake ama watoto wake kwa kuwa running deputy president. We really don't care. Let him appoint anyone that he thinks he wants to appoint, because we are not interested in that, because he is the problem. Ruto is a problem. Ruto ndio shinda ya Kenya. Ruto si mtu mwingine, si akina Gachagua na wengine. Hao wengine they only do what he asked them to do. So we don't it's just having the same man case from the same forest. So we don't care whom he gets as the deputy president, but we are looking at a new Kenya. So lazima wa Kenya na waomba musi, don't buy this tribal card that Ruto is selling. Don't buy it. We don't need it now. We are past that tribal card, and we are moving on because we must fight this fight. No, karibisha nyote, karibisha wenzenyu, and like the show, like the video, tell your friends to like the video, call your relatives, tell them, share with them the link, tell them to join us, and above all, join us in the show hapa asubuhi ya leo na usiku wa leo. Kwengine kwetu ni usiku na wengine wenyu ni asubuhi. So thank you so much, and I welcome everybody who have joined us. Kenyan with Love, Mary Wainaina, Rasvik, akina PK penye mko, na Fred. I hope Fred can see the link. Pen, I'm going to send you the link on your WhatsApp so that you join us. Thank you for joining us. Karibu sana. Mary Wainaina, I think wewe ama tuanzie na Kenyan with Love. Kenyan with Love sipatie Mary Wainaina na hajaongea leo.
Thank you, Nitampatia. I just want to repeat what Julia just said. Asanteni sana, everybody that has been here with us. I mean, somebody that is here with us. Asanteni sana. This is called Sankani Talk. This is where we come and have a decent conversation. And this is that conversation that you cannot have on the social media or on the mainstream media, but you can have it right here. Tunawapatia your time. If you want to join, hey, you don't have to pay anything. We just follow the link and be here. We're going to have our director, Julia. Asanteni sana, so I'm asking whoever. Gypsy Corner, tafadhali. I know you, Gypsy Corner. Tuma watu huko. Tell people, join, link, share. Kila kitu, onesha watu hata link. You can actually copy it and send it to your WhatsApp groups so we can all have a conversation. Asanteni sana. That's my introductory, and then send it back to our chair, who's Mrs. Julia. Asante, Julia. Thank you for that.
Yes, asante. Mary Wainaina, karibu.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Mato. Thank you, Rasvik. everybody listening, nawasalimia sana in comment section. Hamjamboni. Hii ni siku yetu ambayo tumepewa ya kujiandaza na kueleza wananchi wetu wapendwa pahali popote wako kwamba hii ni mimba ambayo inaendelea kuwa. Huwezi kuficha mimba ikiwa unataka kupata mtoto. I'm telling you, this has been swelling bit by bit. And I wish Gachagua ambaye si mpendwa wetu, sisi tunajua mengi ambayo amesema ya kutuudhi, aendelee na kutoboa siri na kutoa mengi, kwa sababu hayo tunafurahia sana. Aendelee kutupea hiyo maneno ndio tuzidi kufura, mimba yetu iendelee kukua kubwa, ndio sasa tuweze kupata mtoto. Actually, the problems that we have been having in Kenya for the longest, ukiangalia lazima utakuta huyu jambazi ameweka mkono, ameweka mguu, ameweka mdomo, kila kitu yake. So for Kenyans now, it has come a time that things are really coming to the light, kwa sababu ile mambo yote tunajionea saa hii inatokana na huyu jambazi, na anajifanya mwerevu sana, anapitia juu ya mabega ya wale wengine akifikiria ati natoa Gachagua ati ndiye mbaya, as if we are dumb, as if we are so foolish. We don't understand him. He's only using his force and all these tactics because we can't reach him. But we know we can reach him at one time. Yeye ametuchezea, amefanya maovu mengi sana kwa hii nchi ambayo ameona ni kama nyumba yake. And I wonder how long does he think he's gonna survive on that chair? How long is he going to be on that chair so that to be doing all these evil things? And he thinks that at long last we are going to forgive him? We are not. We are so angry that huyu jambazi ajihadhari, because we don't care what he's planning to do for us. He might be planning that I will do all these evil things and then I'll come and kneel down. Our Kenyans will listen to me. This is not the previous time. Be aware of that. Umetuirritate so much. Umetufanyia maovu, and to make more worse, killing our people. Killing people, killing young kids, surely. How do you expect us to forgive you? How do you expect us to forgo ati tukuweke hapo? How do you expect ati tusikize ati Gachagua ndiye amefanya maovu makubwa sana ya kukuudhi wewe, as if we Kenyans, we don't feel pain of what you have done to our nation? So for me, I feel so irritated and very frustrated, devastated, and even so sad of how a human being can go on doing all these criminal things and nobody who listens. Those people who we have sent there to be our representative, they have become our enemies. They have become the friend of our enemy. How do we survive? We need to take care of them. We need to ask them and urge them and command them to do the right thing. Otherwise, things are getting worse every day. Ni kweli kabisa, kuna mtu amesema hapo, it's a blessing in disguise. Gachagua, endelea na kutoa yote. Tueleze, usirudi nyuma, kwa sababu you are not going to survive definitely with this jambazi. Ni kweli utatolewa, lakini eleza ulimwengu kabla ukugeuke. Lakini usifikiri tunakuwelcome. You are also an enemy, kwa sababu umetufikisha pahali tumefika. Isipokuwa ni uchungu umesikia, ungekuja kweli kutueleza hayo mambo umesema. That means these people, they have so much to tell us. It's only because the day has not come for them to open up their mouth to tell us all these secrets, or what they are planning evil things upon us. Sisi ni watoto wa Mungu na hatutaishi milele namna hii, na nyinyi mkituangamiza, hata sisi tunaweza waangamiza. So for me, I say all of them, let's drain the swamp. They need to go, and sooner, because the more they are staying there, the more they are looking at us like fools, but we want to prove that we are more smart than them. Kwa hivyo wa Kenya, sisi, let's become tribeless. Let's become harsh on what they are trying to tell us. Let's not even listen to them. And wherever they go, let's be there to make them know the ground has changed. It's no longer the way they left it. They have terrorized us in so many ways. Kwa hivyo wa Kenya, na waomba, this is not a time to stay home. This is the time to get out and we start fighting for our country. It's our country, not theirs. Since they have got money, they have got their president, God will not make them change their mind. Let's pray and hope these things work for us. We are going to work together and fight for our country, our motherland. Asante, Julia. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. We must fight to eliminate corruption, injustice, and fairness in motherland Kenya. Yes, PK, karibu.
Julia, asante. Am I missing something?
What are you missing? Umevaa kikoi ya Masai. Hiyo ulitoa wapi? Mimi nataka moja.
Nitakupatia moja. Hebu niambie ni nini nina miss? Gachagua, nimesikia maandamano amezungumza hiyo na mwingine. Watu wanasema Gachagua anatoboa siri. Labda nimemiss.
Hajatoboa okay, according to me hajaongea vile mimi nataka. Alianza tu kusema ati walikuwa wanagawana shares, ati wakafanya nini, ati aliambia DCI asiwe watoto, those kind of things. Unajua he didn't want to come out. You know he didn't want to come out clear. You know why I'm even saying that this impeachment should go on, Nani PK. Let me tell you, if a mistake, I'm calling this a mistake. People may wonder what mistake. If a mistake is made and the Senate decides to save Gachagua, you will hear how he will flip. Huyu jamaa ataflip, ataanza kusema sisi tunaheshimiana na boss wangu, sisi hatuwezi pigana. You know how he'll start talking? That's exactly how he'll start talking. Yeah?
Yeah.
So, this medicine is good for him. So mimi, okay, sijui kama ametomboa anything. Kenyan maandamano anaweza kuambia Mary Wainaina, but he said a bit of few things, but he didn't come out clear.
Exactly. What I'm trying to say, Stone PK and Julia and everybody who is listening, please just understand me. This is what I'm trying to say. If he has given that little that he has said, which has brought problem to him, that means he has a lot. Bring it up. If you really feel that you are threatened and you feel that you want us Kenyans to understand what is going on, bring it up. But don't think we don't know what is going on. It's only that we want to hear from the horse's mouth. Yeye mwenyewe atuambie. Kama hataki kutuambia akae, because we still don't wish to have him as our own. We are fighting for our country without him, and all should go. That is my point. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because for me, there is nothing Gachagua will tell anybody. The fight is fighting ni yake, anapigania. And the reason why he behaved the way he behaved is just like a small, when somebody who is naive gets into the power, umekuwa deputy president, the most second powerful person in the country, it will definitely excite a novice. It will excite somebody who is a thief and who has seen now a kopale Jew. So the way he behaved it was very okay for him. You know, alikuwa excited sana. Deputy president is not a small seat. And very, 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 very few would be able to manage themselves that way. That's why, you know, what is happening, it's very okay for him. So Kenyans, we don't expect anything from Gachagua. He will continue saying how yeye ni mtu wa Mungu, which bores me to death. Anytime he opens, or anybody opening mouth akiniambia vile ati anaomba Mungu, you are in church pretending to be so humble, and yet you are part and parcel, umeiba that wealth. Kwani hizi wealth hao watu wanatoaga wapi mahali sisi hatutoi? Unakuwa na billions. How long does it take to save a billion? It is all nonsense. Hata huyo ndugu yake huyo marehemu alitoa wapi hiyo mali yote? It's a lie. They stole. He was a governor. He stole as much as he was a doctor, but he stole. They stole water. Waliiba county ya Nyeri. So hakuna muishina mushodhereria, hakuna whoever is clean. So Kenyans, we should not have any sympathy. For me,
Stone PK, if I remember very well what I heard from Nyeri, people really were talking about Gachagua having supplied like these dialysis machines, fake ones, broken, but he was paid as for new one, and they were broken. They were not even servicing anything, and he was paid this enormous money. That is how he started acquiring wealth in that particular place. And these people continued on. Even when his brother passed away, it was still being talked that that is the biggest scandal they did in Nyeri. And those, I think, hospitals, whatever they were supposed to supply. So these people, they haven't acquired this wealth because of working so hard. Ama kulima kwa mashamba hivyo walikuwa wanasema ati akona ng'ombe, akona mashamba sijui nini. That is not where the wealth has come from. It cannot accumulate that fast within a very short time that somebody is a billionaire. It can't. People are there who have been farming large scales, and I have not heard them talk about billions. They could be, but after many, many years. Not about 2 years or 3 years, somebody has acquired all this money. So it's a kind of trying to have somewhere to cling on, just so that to show people where my wealth is coming from, but it's not. Remember, he said that his children went to the bank and got 600 million. 600 million, his children. How did they go to the bank and get that money? How could they get that money? As far as they are some, maybe they were in school or they have just finished their school. When did they work for them to have a credit for them to get such money from the bank? So all this is just trying to alienate, trying to put themselves in a line that this is where I got my money and this is what I have been doing. But when you go thoroughly to the key of what he has been doing, surely it cannot earn him even a quarter of what he's talking about. It's only that they still, akiwa anajua nitajihusisha na pahali fulani, nitaambia watu hivi. Because you Kenyan, you don't have time to go and investigate how he got it, or his shamba, or those cows. Even those cows are, maybe they are not his. Maybe he has also stolen, because these people, they have become, all of them, thieves. They have become rich because of stealing our own money. So that is how these people are getting rich, by scandal after scandal after scandal. And because they have the little to push that scandal through, that is how they get it. Something.
Yes, Stone ama Rasvik.
Yeah, I think kitu Gachagua alituonyesha, hakutuonyesha ati is innocent. All that Gachagua showed us was how politicians are stealing. Alituonyesha wazi kuwa yeye amelan kutoka mdosi wake. Ile kitu amelan akiiba, hafai kuweka kitu yoyote kwa jina yake. Anafaa kuweka aidha kwa ndugu yake ule alikufa, anafaa kuweka kwa jina ya watoto, anafaa kuweka kwa jina ya bibi, ama kwa jina in the name of non-profit charity. Kila kitu ameiba. Unapata alikuwa na kampuni sijui mia ngapi. Kila kampuni ukiangalia vile ziko registered, wakisikia kuna serikali iko na contract fulani, wanaregister hiyo kampuni haraka haraka. Na hizi kampuni zote hajaajiri wa Kenya. Wale watu wana manage hizi kampuni ni vijana wake na bibi yake. Pretty much it's just the family that operates all this scam. Na alikuwa anatuprovia whatever is doing sio kitu moja geni, ni kitu zile mdosi wake anafanya. Ile kitu imefanyika mbaya katikati ya Gachagua na Ruto ni Gachagua apatiwi share zake. Unajua hii ilikuwa serikali ya mashareholders, so kila mtu alikuwa na expect sahii freedom imekam. Unfortunately hii freedom Gachagua alisherekea, he celebrated it too soon. Haikukuwa freedom vile alikuwa nafikiria. Yeye alikuwa amejua wao, raundi hii nitakuwa free, nitaiba kuiba. Ile kitu hakujua mdosi wake akona watchdog everywhere. Pali Gachagua alikuwa nafikiria amepewa cabinet, hakuwa anajua PS mdosi wake ameweka mtu wake ndio akona power kushinda cabinet minister. So unapata hakuna idara yoyote ya Ruto inaweza ibiwa kama Ruto ajui kuna uwizi inaendelea. Huyo jamaa anajua everything. Kila deal ile inaenda ni kama yeye ndio lazima sign. Hauwezi iba kaa ajui. So ikafika point moja Gachagua sahii kila pahali, kila shimo imezibwa. Hakuna place ya kuiba. Akienda kauliza mdosi, boss, mimi ile share yangu ni aje? Anaambia wewe nyamaza bwana. Na vile akakuwa impatient, hasira inapanda, ndio sasa wanamthreat na hii impeachment. So hii impeachment ni sarakasi, as you know, we all know it. But as much as ni sarakasi, haionyeshi ati ni msafi. Au watu wote ni wachafu. Unajua mdosi wake ameiba airport peke yake, anaiba healthcare peke yake, anaiba Kenya Power peke yake. So hizi vitu ni so painful. Kama tumechapa deal na wewe, alafu ikifika saa ya nini ya kugawa hii deal na kuruka, lazima nikasirike. Lakini saa zile mtu anajifeel nikaa yeye ndio msoa gang, anaona mazee, huyu jamaa mimi ndamaliza. So we are at this point. So hii time ni time moja critical sisi kama Wakenya. Sahii ni time ile tunafaa kuhold our legislators accountable. Vile wamesafisha huyu pickpocketer haraka haraka, inafaa wajipange vile wanaenda kutebo motion ya ku impeach Ruto. Same process. Najua wengi wao wanaogopa, but the same ile pressure watu walieka during the Gen Z movement, hiyo hasira wa Kenya wako nayo sahii, na it's building each and every day, especially sahii vile wamebadilisha NHIF to this new shape forever. Unaenda hosi autibiwi, unaona mtu wako anakufa live kwa sababu sijui insurance hazija integrate and stuff like that. Hizi vitu zina build up and it's getting to a point whereby Kenya is going to blow up. It's just a matter of time.
Rasvik, do you believe that the
Over
MPs
to you,
can impeach
Julia.
Ruto? Rasvik, do you believe that
Pressure,
the MPs
I believe it's going to come to a point whereby they will be able to impeach him.
From where?
How?
How?
Who will initiate the
Raz hapo unaota. Unaota mchana.
Si kuota. Unajua nini? Wacha nikwambie kitu moja.
Kuna kitu kama hiyo inafanyika.
Stone. Unajua siasa, anything is possible.
Hakuna, that one is not possible, bro. Hey, hiyo iwezekani bro. Hey. Ongea na watu
in
ground.
politics there's a lot of blackmail.
Imagine mimi niko na Rasvik. Imagine
There's a lot of blackmail.
na ataenda.
Yeah, wacha nikwambie, usifikirie wale watu walibiwa kura wanafurahi tu wakiklapia watu walimuibia kura hivyo. Hii inaweza kuwa pia ni trick ya kuingiza kwa moto, alafu dakika ya mwisho tutaona who is laughing to the finishing line.
Rasmi kidogo. Julia, we deal na story ya huyu Ashley kama unamjua, sijui kama ni ule alikuwa jana?
Yeah,
Ashley alikuwa hata leo.
Ashley we know her. Ashley we know her.
Okay.
Rasvik na Mato, unajua me I'm thinking you are living in heaven. Unashuka asubuhi.
Sasa ukiuliza hivyo, nani alikuwa anajua kama kuna deputy anaweza ngolewa kwa hii country?
Si Ruto amesema angolewe. Sasa Ruto aseme ajingoe.
Na sisi tunaweza sema pia sisi tunaweza.
Kwa nini hamjasema mpaka sasa? Kwa nini hamjasema? Why you not saying now? Why?
Ruto hata anaweza sema mwenyewe ajingoe.
Hapana. Which people you are being unrealistic? Which MPs are going to want Ruto? Yeye mwenyewe ameambia MPs wangoe Gachagua. Sasa nawaambia wamngoe. How?
You guys, Ishongwa has to table the motion.
Yeah.
So you can send a motion, but he can refuse to table it. So there is only one way that we can have him out using this impeachment. And that's what I was talking about, a technicality. We hope that Gachagua will be impeached by the Senate. Then using a technicality, we go to court. And I say that and people say that I'm tribalist. And I'm saying, let us just take each other at face value, that we are trying to make Kenya better. So when you go to court, you say this: these people were elected on popular vote. And the main people who elected them were from Rift Valley and Central Kenya, Mount Kenya. And when we did the popular initiative or the popular participation, public participation, most of the people who said no were from those two places. So the only way he can get a deputy is going back to the ballot for a fresh mandate. That is the only way we get it. And it is it can be a legal argument on a technicality, so that he's forced to go back to the ground for fresh election, because we can argue that it is possible that he intended to remove Gachagua. We removed the video where he said he has a problem with Kikuyus. Listen to me and don't say this is a technicality that we can use. We have to look, how can you use this to our advantage? We have evidence he said he has a problem with Kikuyu. We have evidence he said they are a voting bloc, so you cannot show your true colors before. But you can, once you get into government, we can use that tape against him to force him to go back to the ground. And then during the election, now and then he's defeated that way. And we don't have to worry about saying, let him constitute IABC. We can get an outside company, an international company, to go and run those elections. We have to just think outside the box. We have to be creative. But these people who are saying to table a motion in parliament, there is no way Gachagua, who is also benefiting from this regime, is going to table one. And if the majority or the minority leader is not tabling it, it is not going to be a discussion about any impeachment in parliament. And secondly, in Nairobi, mostly in Nairobi, or maybe in the counties where we have friendly governors, because we can exercise our power either directly or through our elected representatives. In the counties where we have governors that are friendly to Gen Z, we can go there and try to make that directly government formed directly instead of with elected leaders. We have to start, even if it's Nairobi, we have to exercise. We start with the county and see how we to one place. Like even here in Nairobi, there are some weak MPs. We can go and try and remove one. We do like that. We sample, but we have to stop just talking about what they are doing, and we have to start action oriented. We have to become action oriented and start doing something. Thank you.
Actually, unajua Ruto akona madharau kwa nini? Ruto akona madharau kwa sababu Yeye ndiye ana control Kimskit. Amedharau Gachagua kwa sababu anajua vizuri value Gachagua alileta hakuna. Ni Kimskit ili decide walishinda kura, na anajua right now anaweza eka VP from anywhere, ule VP hata mkula kichwa, na tukitumia hiyo Kimskit bado atachaguliwa asubuhi na mapema. Tusijidanganye. Hiyo ndio sababu he doesn't care much about Gachagua, because he knows quite well that hakuna numbers Gachagua lileta, ilikuwa tu ni numbers fake. Kimskit ndiye ilichezea ukarabati.
But that was then. But now, even if like we went back to the election, he would have to explain to us where the votes came from. ODM, and
votes itakuwa generated na Kimskit.
Yes, but
now. Yeah, if we use the same Kimskit.
But now, unless ODM sides with him, and this is the opportunity for ODM to push for that technicality or whoever they are and win on without Ruto. We can all eliminate Ruto, but we have to take advantage of this situation. He doesn't have to be back, period. They open a loophole.
Sahi hata referendum ifanywe.
Julie.
Ruto election yoyote ifanywe sahi na Kimskit ndio inatumika. Huyo jamaa atacook figures asubuhi na mapema for free.
Yes. Wacha Pen naongea kwanza. Pen.
Thank you very much, Julie. Asante sana kwa the link. Na actually Mato, Mkenya with love, Stony BK, nyote mimi nawasalimu sana. Hasa huyu kutoka North Mogrango wa Misi, nawasalimu sana. Na actually this latest argument that you guys are having is boring at death, because huyu anasema Kimskit. Kimskit ni nini? What we believe in, Julie, wacha nikwambie. Huyu Morara leo umezungumza mzuri sana, ulikuwa unazungumza ka Samuel. If he accepts the elections of 2027 and we know that it is Raila Odinga and the Ruto who are going to elect these people that are going to be the head of IBC. If Morara accepts that, Kimskit nini, we don't want to hear. Ati umeibiwa, umefanyiwa nini? If you accept to go to that election, accept the results of that elections. Raila has lost the elections other than maybe 2007. Lakini hizi zote he has lost. Kimskit, no Kimskit. What I mean, you're wasting our time, some of us. Na kuambia kwamba leo what these guys have done and where we are going, and when the constitution was written in 2010, it was never believed that somebody from Kisii can have an influence that Morara has. It was believed that it was written for the larger tribes. Now that Raila joined up later, anasema hiyo kitu ambayo iko problem nita change. There is no constitution in the world that you can change in less than 20 years. None. Na alikuwa anadanganya then and he's lying now. Unaona? So we are very proud of our son Morara na his grandfather. Waja where Stone BK.
Hata mimi niko hapo nimecheka huko kote.
Wacheni kuchocha huyo kijana bwana.
Wacha mimi nasema ya kwamba we never
sani yake Rasvi, kama nyinyi hamna sani, shauri yenu.
That boy still has a long way to go.
This constitution was written where we were not even on the table. We were not even on the table when the constitution was written. Tulikuwa tunataka tukuliwe for 50 years. Lakini sasa kuona Morara ameingia hapo kidogo tunasikia vizuri sana. But
na sisi
tutafanyaje? Where we are going. It's not all Morara.
Na sisi tutafanyaje?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Is where we are going, Mato. Is where we are going. If you have the argument, ya Wakenya watakubali, wanakubali. Sio lazima ukue Mukamba ama Mugikuyu ama no. It is the argument that you are making. Some of us were very privy to how Obama won the elections. We were in the phone banks calling for Obama to win the elections because everything that he was saying is what the people are saying on the street, but they can't say it in the open. So hiyo kusema Morara sio lazima akuwe mkizii kama mimi, lakini anybody in the whole country should be gearing into what is ailing the Kenyan people. Vile tunasema electricity imeuzwa, TK imeuzwa, insurance hakuna. If you point out these problems and how you can solve them, it doesn't matter where tribe you come from. Hiyo tu ndio nataka kusema. Julie, thank you very much.
Julie, haraka tu, hata
Hapana
mchezo tu. Nimejua kwa nini Kenya aligeuka sasa.
Goja. Nataka kila mtu aniambie kijana wao ni nani. Kama una kijana unyamaze. Kama una kijana wenye.
Wewe umekuwa mkali bwana, mimi sina.
Sisi hatuna vijana.
Mbona unaleta kwa equation?
Mwenye hana kijana anyamaze kabisa.
Niaje walikuwa naacha kijana wao anachapwa na viti bwana. Kujeni msaidie kijana wenu.
Kama wewe nyinyi hamna kijana yenu, mnyamaze kabisa.
Mimi nawaambia tu they need to protect hiyo kijana wao kwanza.
Wako na mzee wao, babu wao.
Atauliwa na viti.
Yenu umeamua kutuchapa nje.
Hata wewe nyamaza, hauna kijana yote, wewe uko tu na watermelon. Mwenye
no, by the way actually niko na mmoja Katiboi ama Kenwa Maria
yenyewe. Okay, let me
na huyu mtoto ya Kironzo.
Pen, asante sana. Lakini wacha nisicomment maneno ya Pen kwa sababu sisi siku hizi kuna ananitanga sijui nani. Unanitanga nani Pen?
Korera. Ole korero.
So sasa korera lazima apige. Wacha nimwache kina rasmi.
Ginone korera.
Yes. Wacha niwache kina Rasvik wa mchape. Rasvik sema jibu kama una kijana sema.
We need to be very cautious and protect this kijana wa Pen kwa sababu tusijidanganye ati some of us we hate Baba from way back. Kuna wengine wetu kwa hii channel wako na personal kwa sababu ya differences za ODM. It's okay to have personal, but tukiangalia ile state the previous election, we all know what happened. Na hata Ruto mwenyewe he knows what happened. That's why ako na madharau kwa Gachagua kwa sababu anajua vizuri sana hata Mount Kenya hawakupigia Ruto kura hivyo vile Gachagua anajipiga kifua ati anadai sijui 8 billion. Anajua fiti sana ile kitu Gachagua alifanya ni maybe alicontribute towards the campaign, but kura alileta ya maana hakuna. So right now election ikifanyika tu leo, hakuna election safi itafanyika. Ukiona kina Solei wanajipiga kifua wanatukana Gachagua, hao ndio walikuwa na control bombers ile siku ya election. Kwa sababu wanajua ile ukarabati ilifanyika. So tusijidanganye ati tunachocha Morara kwa sababu ako popular kwa YouTube ati sasa ametosha unga. He has a long way to go. First of all, we need to figure out how we can protect him. That's very, very important. Kwa sababu tusipo mprotect vizuri, hata maybe hata hiyo siku ya election hatafika. So we need to protect him, number one. Then we need to figure out way forward. Kwa sababu sahi hakuna IBC commissioner, but IBC iko na maofisi na kuna watu wa mkono. Hao watu wa mkono ujui ni nani aliwapatia hizi job. So Ruto anaweza hata patia opposition opportunity wachague wale commissioners wanataka, but kama hao watu wa mkono ndio wanajua the way infrastructure ya IBC na operate, au ma commissioners maybe hawajawahi hata manage election anywhere in the world, they'll be so clueless on what is happening. Hao watakuwa tuko Bomas wanangoja matokeo imetoka kwa ground. So tusijichoche hapa hivi, it's too soon.
And then you can program the software to where it acts like, I think Julie does math, where you say when you vote for opposition, it times
one vote, two, yeah.
Yeah.
A logarithm.
So, yes, they can do that. So you can go to the voting, but the numbers just change and you don't know how they're changing because that software has been interfered with.
Yeah.
That's why I say we should not wait for 2027.
But my sister Ashley, the thing that I think, just to be honest on that, especially, and I'm talking out of something that I know. The problem with that is that those numbers that you're talking about, numbers that just show up, those numbers don't show up. Those numbers are just because of bad logistics. Because of the logistics that are already made, they're not actually the logistics of what you're getting. So what you vote is not what you're getting. And this is something that people actually need to understand, that actually what you vote is not what you get. What you vote is what has already been predetermined. Kitambo, guys used to be, you go somewhere, and even today it still happens. And the reason that we go to Bomas is because, why are we going to Bomas? We should have already finished this thing at our polling station, because at the polling station everybody knows what happened. But
I think
going forward, yes, ma'am.
You forgot that the mobile polling stations, that is the worst thing.
No, there's not going to be a mobile polling station. That is nonsense. Sorry.
Mato.
Yes.
Please understand that, and I know you do. There is no election in the world that is 100% clear. There is none, zero. Hiyo ndio niliwaambia.
You see, that's your problem.
No. Let me finish.
When you think about it like that, then, so when are we ever going to have a poll?
Let me finish what I was saying. Let me finish what I was saying. Unanifanya nirudishie what I was saying. There is no election. Hata hii America unaangalia nini. There is no election that is 100% sure and clear. Ni ya kwamba, what I was saying, Mato, unisikize nimalize, ni kwamba, if this guy, say for example, Murara, if he accepts that the elections in Kenya, okay, for example, it is Ruto and Kenya and Raila who are going to elect these people, who are going to be in IBC. If he accepts that the elections results is going to be this, and he has no reason other than to accept it, so be it. Lakini manamba ingine munaleta, adding, forwarding, nini, is really a numbers game.
But you see, now someone like you needs to move to Uganda, because that is not what we want in our country. We want our votes to count. So people like you who've already accepted to be defeated, then do not even need to be in Kenya. By the way, we need to take your citizenship out of Kenya. You need to go somewhere else, because this is not what we are fighting in our country.
No. I said I began with that. There is no election in the world. Zero. World. About 100%.
Okay, get out of the world.
What you are pushing for is 100%. Na itafanyikana anywhere, and you cannot invent this wheel. You join the wheel of America elections. You join something wheel. Unaona? That's why I'm telling you that I cannot go to Uganda just to get.
Enda ukaishi kwa moon bus. Kama unadhani hakuna kitu mzuri inaweza fanyika kwa hii dunia. No. We cannot live with that kind of mentality.
Order now.
Okay, yes, pole mama.
Order pen Nyang'aka na Mato. Tunawashukuru kwa hiyo maoni yenu. Maybe allow me to summarize all that argument. Now, while Penn feels Mugaka is a person, I think we are jumping the gun or huko pen kwetu kuna msemo inasemanga wakorini wanarukanga before the drum beats. That is what you are exactly doing. I think Mogaka is very far from even being pronounced a presidential candidate. And Morara, that is. But he's doing a good job, and we should support him. And others, we should support them. We should raise funds to support them. We should ensure, like Rasvik has said, we should ensure their safety and security. Saizi Morara has been attacked several times. So it is no longer a joke that Ruto want to eliminate that young man. So he should be protected and guarded. But he's one of the people that is really like becoming the hope of Kenyans. So we need to support him. But now, I think we are jumping the gun. I mean, we are just jumping about elections and all that. And I agree that right now, we don't have an IBC. And with the words of Rasvik, even if IBC opposition wameitwa wote ama Gen Z wameitwa na Ruto wameambiwa tengenezeni IBC yenyu, Ruto is still ready to steal the elections. And that is why the MPs are so arrogant, wanatutukana na wanataka kututapikia na kutukojolea because sababu they feel that they can steal and get away with it. So we must devise another way of making sure we don't have them in power, so that we start afresh before we talk about another election, and therefore it goes to PK's method. Personally, I think these people should go wherever they can go to, wherever. Ruto alisema kuna mambo ni matatu. Hiyo mambo matatu should happen to them, all of them, so that we start afresh. That is my take. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, even those on the comment section and those watching, William Samoei Ruto cannot conduct any normal election. He's not fit to be in human habitation. He's a man who is unfit for human habitation, leave alone conducting an election. So mare mambo matatu alisema inataka kutendeka, takana itendeke. Yeye mwenyewe ndiye alisema ama atondokee kwa amani, tujipange. You people, I want to welcome Domi. Domi tena ameenda wapi? Okay, Domi has disappeared.
Welcome.
Yes, yes, Ashley, let me finish. As I welcome Ashley, she wants to say something. I want to say this, that you people, you remember when Kenyatta allowed the KDF to run Kenya Meat Commission in Nairobi. What happened? Sio sisi ilikuwa safi. Si KMC nasikia KMC ilianza kufashion kama KMC. Ni kwa sababu
inatakikana nyama.
Yes, inatakikana saa zingine you cannot do the same thing the same way and expect results. I'm telling you. Right
na Nairobi now, Nairobi
ilibadilika. Guys, tumeunda constitution, tumeboro constitution, tumejaribu kuboro America, tumejaribu everything. We have tried everything and everything. What happened? Thugs took over. Thugs took over that constitution. We are back to square zero. So we must do things differently, period. Even on the election, mnagoja election 2027. Tusiongere maneno ya 2027 hapa, hakuna kitu ita make. Nothing will happen in 2027. Same thugs, same monkeys from the same forest. Yes, Ashley, you are saying something, then PK.
I was actually asking you, I know I heard about mobile police polling, and I know Mato said it's rubbish, but it's not. And I wanted you to confirm. Are you able to check on that? Because I'm trying to look for it online, but I can't find it.
No, it is what they were trying to. This is a law they are trying to pass that they can have a mobile police station. That's what they were trying to do.
You will not find it.
Yeah, it is something they were trying to pass so that we can have it's something they are trying to implement. It's still at imekuwa implemented. Ni kitu wanapanga au majambazi. Lakini Stone, you want to say something? Nikaribishe, kuna mtu ana resist hapa. Leo tuko na spirit ya kuresist, nakwambia hapo ndio tuko. Yes, Stone, karibu.
Again, nilisema ukitaka kuandika research paper ama thesis ya how funny Kenyans are with politics and how forgetful Kenyans are, kuja tu hapa kwa hii TV yetu, uende kwa space, uende utapata very interesting. You see, na the way we divert, huwa tunashika hii tunaruka hapa tunaruka. Sasa unaona tumeruka tunaruka elections ukiuliza mtu zitapangwaje, tunaruka huku tunasema oh, Morara saa hii ako popular. Yes, it is true. Let me tell you the fact. Right now, if God came asimamia elections, Morara will be elected. If Jesus is sent here and asimamia elections na amalize watu wote wale wako mpaka huko wale returning officers, because returning officers 85% are Kalenjins. I'm talking because I was there during elections. I mean, I was there just before elections. Okay, I was there and I was participating 100%. It's something we were complaining. Yeah, 85% are Kalenjins and of course mixed with Somalis. They're the ones that were majority. They were returning officers, and those were the people rigging elections. So if you are to hold election in Kenya, oh my God, it would take you picking right from the clerk at the polling station, ubadilishe, okay, utoe those naive kids, then the naive boys that were put there, walikuwa wanashtuliwa na hawa Somali controllers of the inaitwaje, returning officers, who are threatening those small boys. Unajua wanachukuanga tutoto twetu ndio tulikuwa tunachukuliwa kuregister na na kupigisha watu kura. So they would just be given directions in the morning, wanaambiwa hivi na hivi na hivi. They would be so scared. All right. So if you want to really get proper election, it is a big job. Ni kazi ambayo inataka let me say it's almost impossible to hold election in Kenya, especially with the Ruto. Okay, you need a real overhaul. You need to really prepare for it for like 5 years for you to get proper people, recruit, and you stop running for these very poorly educated headmasters and principals who are wanatafuta pesa, wanakuja wanahongwa, and they, because they are, most of them ndio wanakuwa supervised by those Somalis and the rest. It is terrible. But if you've never participated 100%, huwezi jua hiyo system.
Exactly.
But it is a very rotten system. Number 2, tusije, Julia umesema, when we talk of sijui Ruto got this, Ruto got this, Ruto won this, Ruto this, hiyo ni Nyagaka analeta. If you listen to the figures that we demonstrated in that hall, when Raila was there, when Zimio demonstrated those figures, do you hear anybody dispute them? No. Anybody from government? Nobody disputed. When we talked and said Sava ifunguliwe, despite Kamago and the rest doing that, did you hear anybody try to say yes, itafunguliwa? Even when the High Court had said, directed Sava ifunguliwe, why didn't they open the Sava? So anybody coming kusema oh sijui Ruto won and Ruto did this, it's neither here nor there. It is obvious Ruto never won. Number 4, sijui 5, he knows very well. In Kikuyu, he hyped it because that was the style. Ruto started stealing these elections when he was the deputy, during Jubilee, alipoambiwa 5 yangu 10 yangu 10 yako. That is when Ruto started strategizing on how to steal. And he knew the best would be to camp in Mount Kenya, have women sing, and create that optic that Mount Kenya inamsupport. Remember, on the voting day, unfortunately, what we are diaspora, sometimes you are not keen. On the voting day, when the up to and including 1 o'clock, 1 p.m., the voter turnout in Mount Kenya was what? Was below 25%. Mumesahau hiyo. Ilikuja ikakuwa imeruka wapi, ikaruka mpaka ikakuwa sasa wako overwhelmed, amepigiwa sijui 46% huko. How does that happen? And if all the polling stations were being shown, hatukuona watu wakitolewa hospitali na wheelbarrow vile the other time ilikuwa inafanywa. Yeah? You guys, you forget. These things are there. Okay? That is where Kamago did. Why? Because that's where he created the optic. Because there were those women singing to Ruto, all those kind of. So it came out like, wow, Mount Kenya is overwhelming. And he achieved his goal that way. that he will show that optical impression, then you just think that Mount Kenya voted overwhelming. Of course, because he had really poured money in churches and all that. So everybody was singing. But there was no turnout. There wasn't turnout. Coast Province, Mali turnout ilikuwa pia very poor. They cancelled elections. I mean, anybody saying that Ruto won, you know, let's face it. Tuseme tu kweli. Because if he had won, hiyo Sava angefungua. Mbona hakufungua pia?
Stone,
Anyway.
ukitaka kuprove hizo numbers hakuna. Ile time Raila na Uhuru walikuwa nafaa kurudia election, Raila kaambia watu wake wasi turn out. We didn't see those numbers.
There were no
Jubilee.
Yes.
Hawako. Yeah, so Ben, tuliza, it's too soon.
They rigged it when exactly.
You see, guys, can I just say something real quick? See, the problem I have with my big brother here, Mr. Stone PK, is that too much of history, too much of this happened, this did, whatever.
History, don't listen to me.
What are we talking history? Ni kitu ilishapita bwana. What is it there that we have to do right now? Hata ukituambia Yesu alikuja akauliwa na akasulubiwa. So now what? Now that we are here today.
But this is a fact.
Sasa
order, guys. Okay, let me not comment about all that. But I think it's okay for anyone to give us an analogy of what he wants to say. So let us not rubbish each other. Let us be fair. I see new entrants. Resist. We are resist. Naona tuna resist leo. Okay, we are on a resist mode. Karibu. Tumekaribishwa.
Oh, thank you so much, Julia. That was quick. Hata sijasikiza dakika tano. But anyway, I see we was able to pick something, and of course, siwezi kosa kitu ya kusema. Now, huyo mtu anaitwa Mato, mimi nasikia kama anaongea vizuri, because we have been talking for long, and I think that is our systematic problem. And sometimes it kind of gets tiring. We have been talking, running our mouths, zero action. So, and it's nothing wrong with reminiscing thing and talking about history. You know, a man or a person without history, a country without history is not a country. But guys, I think we need a little more than that. We need some kind of action, some kind of planning. And I think that's where Kenyan with rap is coming from. Now, me on my side, naona kama I'm feeling like our country, we have, I hear people talking about this is the start of democracy, dictatorship in the making. And I've had a lot of our commentators in different forums, including this one, talking the same. And I beg to differ. This is now probably one of the worst dictatorships we have in Africa, if it's not the worst. So na shida iko kubwa. We got a lot of problems. I was listening to one person that I used to respect a lot. I have zero respect for now anymore. One guy called Opio Wandai. He happens to be the minister for the CS for energy now. And he quickly came up with, he told us, I think it was today, that now we have got new power arrangement, power lines are being built I can't remember whether it was 98 billion or whatever the cost was, and he beat around the bush, trying to repeat continuously how everything was done with a lot of following the procedure. All the procedures were followed, and I can't believe what happens to somebody akikula hiyo ugali ya Ruto kama ile ilikuwa ya Moi. Once you eat, and we say this, we say people, when we have an evil person, you don't know what the issues that these people have gone through. You look at anybody who has close to that side. How many have been able to come out of it? Ni nani amekuwa ameenda akasalimiana na Ruto akaingia hiyo Kenya Kwanza government remain the same due to the cost? Look at Bandi. Is a shell of himself. I don't even think wamepata pesa. There must be some other powers. Now huyu mtu he has been going to all kinds of places, including Nigeria, and I'm not saying it's only Nigeria iko na uchawi. I remember the other time when the Mount Kenya region saying ni uchawi, ni maombi sio uchawi. Sasa hii ni uchawi. I think so, if not something bigger than that. Because some people are coming up. I've had people talk about there's a lot of witchcraft going on. There's and also there is also hii maneno ya watu wanaombaga kama wanarudi nyuma, Freemasons. We could be having a Freemason as a president. We could be having parliament every time that ever goes there, you go the ritual, and all those people that we are seeing, they're Freemasons. So this one thing that I have had a few people talk about, and the big proponent has been Stone PK, and I believe that this is what we should. I'm going to talk about the solution. Solutions, they have dwindled. Number one, we had the solution of mass action. It looks like a very we have very few we have a less ability to do a mass action. This now to get to 1 million, 2, 3 million people to march in the streets, I think it's really hard. I think it's really hard, but that was the option that I think could have been missed in June 25th of 2024, when the parliament was broken in, and you all remember what else happened. That was the ultimate, should have been the ultimate goal, and I hear that even Zakayo had already committed to running out of the country. Whether it can be done again or not is still on the balance, but I think the chances have reduced. But I still think it can be done again, but with a better, bigger organization. I still think it can be done. The other for me, the only other option, which is remote, because I still don't understand this system, is because I ask myself, I don't know how many people ask myself like I do, these military people, are all their families abroad living in other countries? Do their children go to the same schools that Kenyan children go, or they go somewhere else? Because trust me, if I was a military chief, because I could try something, I could have that what they are talking about, the coup, that actually I don't think Rick G tried any kind of coup. I don't think so. This is just fabrications just to run him out of office. But a real coup could have come out from the military, and this crook, Zakayo could not and cannot survive a military action. Now, my final, I'm just trying to talk about the solutions. We talked about other solutions before. I'm talking the right solutions right now. The simple solution, there was a guy in United States who, I remember his name, I think it was Cook, and the one of the running mates, you all know who that was. He tried to get a bullet between his ears. We need a cook in Kenya. Where is our cook? That would be the simplest and the easiest way of getting this out. Because after we get this thing out, that is the only way we can be able to rebuild Kenya. Otherwise, we do not have a country and we don't have any hope. I have heard Cheragay and others. There's a few people who have come to say this thing. They're talking about the 7-year term. You tell me, you saw the kind of voting. That was not voting. There was no motion with this Rigiji. As much as I don't like Rigiji, I don't like him. I don't know him. I don't agree with how he thinks. I disagree with everything that he thinks. He's the one who sold the mountain. Rigiji ndio aliuza mlima. He was the king of kumaliza uhuru na kumaliza what even Baba wanted to do in the mountain. And I'm telling you, we still have a problem. We need our own Messiah. I was in one of the groups, my high school groups, and I had a guy, and how dare he said that we have the rest of the devil between Zakayo and Baba. So the lesser devil is Zakayo. As much as I'm so mad about Baba, I think he could have been a better leader, because especially we had Mother Karawa. Mother Karawa still is not a no nonsense. There's no way he could have run out of the rails with Mother Karawa right there. So that my second solution and the best would be just we get our own cook, and there was another guy who was trying to get this other guy here, and this other idiot here is in the Gulf, and this guy is always. We are not scared of saying what we think. This guy is always in public places. Why can't somebody get him? Ni watu wangapi sasa wamekufa? How many people have died since he came to power? Directly and indirectly. People now are dying because of lack of medication. Watu wanaenda dialysis, wahatibiwi. Nothing is happening. And we are still talking about elections. Trust me, believe you not, there will not be other elections. Forget about even IBC. I don't know why anybody talks about ABC. There's nothing like ABC. For what? Hata kama ikiformiwa ni yeye ataform. So it's actually non-existent. So guys, that's maybe my number 3 and my last one. And that one takes a lot of work. It could be a guerrilla movement, which is now that's a lot of work. And I talk to young people every day at home. They are ready. They are ready to go to the bush, but that takes a lot of work. And that's I'll say that for now. I'll let somebody else speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Resist or reset.
Julie, we're wasting time with the gentleman like the one who just said. He said it very clearly. How do you write? Ruto is in a black organization the things that the kings are doing in Africa today.
Okay, Ben, I mean, let's agree to disagree. If you disagree with somebody, let us not say we are wasting time. Just explain to us how better we could do it.
Okay,
what you say.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you very much. na yangu ni kwamba
Alafu Julie mzalendo
Mzalendo.
hajaongea, kuna watu hajaongea,
Oh,
mzalendo
yes,
hajaongea.
Pen. I was going to Mzalendo before Pen cut off. Pen, can I give you another chance later after Mzalendo?
yeah,
Please?
yeah, yeah, yes,
Yes, let's
yes.
have Mzalendo. Thank you, Matu, for reminding me that. Mzalendo, karibu.
Hey, hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Mzalendo, good to see you.
Long time back to, I just jumped in when I had somebody's talking about elections, and we are still driven by emotions. It is sad that people are still driven by emotions, and people are still talking about 2022 elections. Very, very sad. Emotions will not result to a better country, like the gentleman who has just spoken. Those are emotional thoughts. Those are not well-crafted thoughts that can bring good governance. We are talking about stability. We are talking about prosperity. We are talking about a future of a country. We are not talking about a war with your own citizens. We are talking about the best solution for Kenya. So there's this impaired judgment that people come with that, like the last time I think I was here, we were supposed to storm State House. I said it can never happen, and it never happened. So those are emotional thinking. So what is the solution right now? Elections have already been stolen. IBC has already, there's already a panel that is forming the IBC, where we have Raila Odinga and William Ruto and the church and ISPAC selecting the commissioner. That one is already gone. And we in the middle class, majority are in the middle class, they don't participate in anything. That is the biggest undoing. We talk. The Gen Zs were on the streets. Where were we? On our platforms talking. But the Gen Zs was on the streets. How many of you joined them? None. So that is the problem. That is the biggest problem. At the moment you want a revolution, the moment you want,
Mzalendo, don't say
let
none,
me
because me
just finish
nilikula
before.
tear gas in Nairobi on
Let me
25th.
just finish. You love your
Yeah,
chance.
so don't say none. Just say most.
I said maybe you're just a percentage, a little percentage
Yeah,
of the
be
middle
easy on
class
that.
that joined. But you can agree with me that by and large, majority of the middle class do not join the demonstration unless it is something that has to do with what they do, like the doctors, the teachers, and all that. But if it's something to do with the cost of living, governance, they would rather talk in the comfort of having a beer or on a social platform. So that's the problem. So anyway, I just jumped in just to tell you that elections have already been rigged. IBC has been formed, is already in the process. Very, very soon, as we were bickering, Ruto and Raila are already selecting the commissioners who are going to officiate the next elections. And maybe in the next 2 weeks, you'll see those commissioners. Then we will start again fighting. When Ruto threw some, dangled some carrots, we were so happy to get some 4 cabinet positions. And then Mr. Fix-It, that is Judas Iscariot, Raila Odinga, betrayed the young people of the nation by joining William Ruto. If he had been out there, today we would be having a better country. Otherwise, guys, thank you very much. Nice to see you. And Julia, asante sana, Penny, and everybody else. That was my 5 cents. Thank you.
Asante Mzalendo. Thank you so
can I
much.
respond? Can I respond?
Yes. I mean, give me a minute. Thank you so much, Mzalendo, for your views. Those are your views. But while you are doing nothing about the fight, some of us are doing something. So if you are doing nothing, don't group us there. You are seated doing nothing. Yes, because you're let me finish. Because you're
Julia,
expecting the Gen Z to fail.
don't start
Let
it
me
again.
finish, Muzalendo. You have really rubbished what we are doing, so I also have to respond to you. Now, you're here rubbishing even the Gen Z, saying they could not go to State House. So you are the people fighting Kenya, rubbishing the Gen Z, rubbishing everybody else's effort. So if you are doing nothing, we are doing something. Okay. So you sit down, you are the same person who was defending Udaku all those time, and you are here telling us we are doing nothing. We are not. Hata kama kuna freedom of expression, we are not going to tolerate that. Apana. So if we are fighting to restore Kenya, we are not going to allow people to come here and tell us rubbish what people are doing. If you are doing nothing, we are doing something. Yeah, some people here go raise money, support those youngsters, buy for them water. You know, you are doing nothing, Mzalendo. It's okay. You are doing nothing
Get to
because
the
you are
streets.
still in that government. Apana, Mzalendo. Hiyo sitakubali hata kama kuna freedom of expression. I refuse. Yes, resist. Then I go to
Actually,
Richie,
Julia Mzalendo used a very bad word that we are bickering. So please, just control your
Yes.
mouth.
Don't bicker. You go bicker with Udaku. Go there and bicker there. Come on, Mzalendo. Let me tell Mzalendo. Ile hasira unasema tuko emotional. Tuko emotional sana. Tuko, where would you emotional ni kusema nini? You, if you are no emotional, come back here. You understand what is being emotional. Ati tuko emotional, tunaongea juu ya uchaguzi. Ati uchaguzi imeibiwa. We know uchaguzi imeibiwa. Sasa we are not talking about uchaguzi here. Come on, Mzalendo.
wacha Richie tupatie hope.
Wow. I was supposed. I think I was supposed to.
Ametoa nyoka pangoni. Michuki said, ukitoa nyoka pangoni, the snake will bite you. That is what Michuki
All
said.
right, kwaherini.
Well,
Bye, good night.
I didn't know that voice sounded familiar, and but I later checked to see it's actually Muzalendo. So I think ni vile wanasemaga the monkeys, they are the same, even they change the forest. Muzalendo, you were here 2 years ago when we told you that this man is not right, and sio wewe peke yake and the other guys that were there. So now you are coming here to say we are just bickering. We are trying. We know the problem. We know our problem. We know the Kenyan problem. So we're trying to, hii shida hata kama ilikuja tumeona, sasa tuko naye. How are we going to deal with it? Lakini you told you.
So ulisema gorilla war.
Yes, it is on the table. Go report. It is on the table. Na nimekuambia watu wanajitayarisha. I just told you. Go report. That's what happening. We are looking for real solutions. What do you think when the Kenyan, all the minerals are going out of the country? What do you think when the airports are being sold? What do you think when we know that our port is being sold? What do you think when the power, the energy sector has already been sold? It was signed the day before yesterday, Wednesday. You think this is a joke? What do you think when we have lost thousands of kids? What do you think wakati mlienda pale you went to pale
tell me things that make sense. Don't tell me things that don't make sense.
You know, these people, I don't know why you are allowing them to come here and just spoil what we are supposed to be. We are trying to look for the way forward. And for those who have been asking, Cook is the guy who had tried to kill Trump. You want me to say direct? You can look at it in your internet. And there were two of them. Both of them, the name was the same. Maybe the spelling is not right, but that's the people that we want. Huyu mtu ni mmoja, akona kichwa moja, it can go na nchi yetu inaweza kuendelea. There was Moi, there was Kibaki, wote wameenda. He needs to move away out of our country. Na ukiangalia mpaka wale watoto wamezaa, they are taking over everything. He wants to own the country. Why are people not getting angry? People right now, I got my own narratives. Two of them, they have been denied their card and they have been paying for the cards. They cannot be treated. Do shifters, do whatever. introducing nonsense things in the country. People are dying. Why is it so bad if I say we need to, this guy needs to be killed by somebody? I wish I had a gun. See what even mnasema? I wish I was trained. I wish I had the proximity to him. What are you talking about? People, we need to get mad and we need to tell everybody to get angry. Hii maneno mnasema sijui demokrasia. There's no democracy, there's no elections. You hear Mzalendo has the gut to tell that as we are bickering, IBC has been formed. If we were Raila, if we were Ruto, is that IBC? That's not IBC. That's not saying there's no elections. Whether it's formed or not, there's no elections. We are living under dictatorship where we have a constitution. So if the constitution is not being used, why are we the people who own the Kenya? Because the Kenyan constitution, it doesn't matter. We the people. Why are we using the constitution when it has been trusted? Why are we following any constitution? Na mtu anashida hapa akirepeat at constitution is IBC nonsense. We don't want to hear that. Tunataka kusikia how can we eliminate Zekayo and his people. That's all I want to hear. Me. Sio maneno ya democracy. We don't have a democracy. We don't have anything. Thank you.
We agree.
Period. Wacha Makiadi aseme. Wacha kwanza Makiadi aongee. Makiadi, good to see you. Makiadi, I hope umekunywa kachai. Tuko karibu kuchoma isho. Lakini kabla atuchome, unaweza katuongeresha. Najua utakuja calm down.
No, sijui kama nimeruka mtu.
Hapana, mtu.
Oh, okay, sawa.
Tumeongea, yes.
Sawa, thank you. Wacha niwasalimia kwanza nyote. It's been a while since we met. Rasvik, Resist, good to see you here. Mama Mary, Ashley, Kenya Need Love. Let me say hi to you all. Nimekuja wakati show ilikuwa imekamata moto. But I think I was listening earlier on to most of the speakers today, and I think one of the issues that people have been raising, and not just on our show here, but across other platforms and in our country, excuse me, it's about the legality of the motion to impeach Gachagua. And I think resisting umeguzia hiyo also. Mine is brief about that. I asked myself, why are we so concerned about how legal or what means William Ruto used to impeach Gachagua? Why are we concerned about that? Because from where I sit, I believe that this government has been formed on the foundation of illegality from day one. From the way they have disregarded court orders, from the way they have run their business, including public participation, which is a big issue in our country. So when you hear people on this platform and other platforms complaining about the sham public participation that was for the Rigathi Gachagua impeachment, you fail to understand. Did you realize this only when Rigathi Gachagua was about to be impeached? Did we start understanding that this government does its own things in its own ways without regard to the law, just because Rigathi Gachagua was being impeached using the same means that he has never condemned? So on that issue, number one, on that issue alone, Rigathi Gachagua being impeached in a sham process, which followed a sham public participation process, I think he's getting a dose of his own medicine. And I support whatever happens to him, because you cannot hold the law with one hand when it fits you and then drop it with the other hand when it doesn't support you. That's about the issue of Rigathi Gachagua. Number two, Mzalendo here, I think I missed, he just dropped. Ama Julia umemfanyia ile kitu. But there's one notion about Africans and resistance they believe that if you're not on the streets walking and making noise, so to speak, in quotes, that you're not contributing to fight a vile regime. And I think that's wrong. Not all of us can be, at that position whereby tunaenda kuandamana kwa street. It's not common for everybody to be in a situation whereby lazima ukuwe unaandamana kama Gen Z ndio make contribution to change a bad regime. People do it in many ways, and Julia, I think you mentioned this. So we are not going here to tell Mzalendo what we have done to fight William Ruto's regime. It is not for us to explain to him, or any person for that matter, that thinks in the line of Mzalendo. I think if you believe in a just system, you are allowed to speak. And that is why we have freedom of speech in our country. That if you feel there's something wrong with their government, regardless of what side of the political divide you are in or on, you are supposed to speak out. And that is how we build democracies. In the US, rarely would you see people going out there unless it's a big, a big occasion or something to demonstrate. People do demonstrate, but there are also other means. They can petition the House or Senate, through caucuses. There are so many other ways that people can use, to exhibit their displeasure for government. And so, Mzalendo, you cannot come here and downplay the little contribution that each and every person, even on this platform, comes to make towards a good fight for a good regime. Now, I was reading finally, Julia, because I want to be brief here, I was reading the topic here, ground turns against Ruto. And still I go back to what we were saying. So are we realizing that right now, are we realizing after the issue of Gachagua, is it when we are realizing that the ground turned against William Ruto? And why are we trying to disassociate William Ruto from Rigathi Gachagua? Because these people are just the same, two different sides of the same coin. William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua have, for the past 2 years, overseen the theft, the plunder of the public resources. They have seen people being maimed, kidnapped, killed in every way. And I pity Rigathi Gachagua because he had an opportunity to redeem himself. For one reason, he felt like he wanted to be in the political aspect in the near future, he would have come out to speak against an ill regime. He never took that opportunity. So the ground turned a long time ago against William Ruto and his regime. Now, when we come here and say that Mbadi and the likes of Sijui, this guy, former leader, minority leader, Opio and I have lost legitimacy. I mean, resist, you are right. But I think you added a few conspiracy theories when you started mentioning the Freemason Church. These are politicians. All politicians think is about their survival. And I think for Mbadi and Opio and I, to get that seat, they have to go and kiss the ring. That is how you survive politically. But you ask yourself here, the reason why Mbadi, Wandai, Joho, and Oparanya are in government is because of Raila Odinga. When you leave your political seat, that which you fought for, you have the right of bragging and go get appointed in somebody's government, then you fall under their armpit. You are at their mercy. They can fire you anytime. So these people are there because Raila Odinga is somewhere on the side. What if Raila Odinga is not there? And William Ruto decides to do whatever he wants to do with them? What about their political future? So the potential that we saw in some of these politicians, and remember some time back, people thought even Joho was a candidate for deputy president in the Republic of Kenya. There was a time when we said Joho's political future is bright. And then one day, Joho decides that he is going to serve under William Ruto, a person that he despised, a person that he never believed in his philosophy. So they have ruined, they have destroyed their political future, so to speak, because they have decided to dine with the devil. And I think this should be a lesson to politicians in our country, including those who were fired by William Ruto from the first cabinet. There are people who went for campaigns, got elected by the people. They were given direct mandate by the people. And then they decided to set aside that mandate. Penyagaka, hold on. They decided to set aside their mandate and go serve under William Ruto's regime, which is a regime that nobody is interested in anymore. It's a lesson that we as Kenyans need to observe, that you have to choose between good and bad. You have to choose between good and evil. For you to survive in the political scene in Kenya, you have to have a principle. And I think some politicians, even in ODM, do not have that principle. Thank you.
Julie, because 1 minute, please.
Yes, Ben.
The gentleman that just spoke, he spoke very eloquently. But one thing, my friend, that you really downplayed is the Freemasonry. The Freemason is very dangerous. It has ruined the Kenyan lifestyle from the near through teacher of Moi to the king of England today. Freemasonry. You, my friend Julie, I thought that Ruto was playing Machiavellian kind of thinking. Machiavellian was like, whoever brings you to power, you destroy them first and build somebody else, and on and on and on. But Freemasonry is very clear. It is started from Moi's time. It is the Holy Cathedral is built by the Freemasonry. Unaona? It is a very, very secretive community, but it argues its own arguments for what it is. So I'm begging my friend to look at the Freemasonry, and that is very dangerous. Ukiona vile the ODM people have changed, is the Freemasonry thinking. Thank you.
Julia, allow me to just rejoin.
I have a question for
kidogo tu
Ben.
kamoja tu.
Okay.
Mimi Julia, I just want us not to reduce ourselves into speculation, because we cannot turn this show into a Freemasonry advocate versus you know, when we come to this show, we try to be factual, okay? And I think when we lower the standard of discussion to whether somebody is Freemasonry or not, and that is what influences their their decision making, we are beyond that as a show here. We are trying to be factual. We are trying to talk about things that we know. So Penny Yagaka, the Freemasonry thing, I don't know anything about that. I have never read anything about that. Probably you know more than I do. But I would want you also to be factual. We are seeing things that are happening. When you say that the people that join William Ruto's government are Freemasonry, then you also have to provide the evidence here, because unless you have evidence, then you are being speculative.
Thank you very much. Yangu ni wacha Julie, let me answer that question very, very simple and very, kidogo kabisa. The Freemasonry is a dark organization that its own arguments make the day. You look at B. Diddy in America. What has he done for how many years? Why has he gone through all this and he's passing that? No. The Freemasonry that the gentleman said about what Ruto is doing is what you look at what ODM representatives have done. They have changed. Unafundishwa kwanza, unageuka, alafu you follow. And this is what you see in ODM. All the people that were saying how Ruto, I supported Ruto for being 100%, but all the people that were saying very bad things about Ruto, I think the most wonderful. That's what Freemasonry is all about. Tuendelee.
So
Julia,
when you supported him, he was not a Freemason.
Can Penyagaka tell us when he Freemason anafanyanga wapi na
Okay,
anajuaje?
order, Kenyan with
rules
love.
za-
Let us not.
okay.
I want us to deviate from that discussion. Like Makiadi said, we don't even show what we cannot really provide evidence here what that is. So that is what we call conspiracy theories. So I guess let's stick to Gachagua thing and what is on the topic.
Yeah.
Of the day. I kindly request that we stick to that. Then there's someone called James N that is in there trying to join the show. Nakwamba, I don't know you. So if you are behind the cat, I can't see your camera on. I am not able to add you. Naomba ujionyeshe. So Makiadi, thank you for that submission. James N. Unaweza ongeza light. I don't know. Light.
Julia.
Yes, Rasvik, endelea.
Just to clear, I'm not a Catholic, but just to clear Holy Family Basilica from this Freemason thing, the architect was Dorothy Hughes, and she was from Kansas, Missouri, and I don't believe she was a Freemason. So, it's good sometimes to have facts when we try to put our points across. It's not. Let us not involve other religions into religions that they are not affiliated with.
Okay, alafu Julie, because I can see tumefika 10, which is good actually. In case you need me to drop out, nikiangalia nikiona mtu nita drop out, alafu kama kuna mtu ataka kuongezeka and I can see ni kama kuna mtu anajaribu, I can actually give my space because I'm not really talking too much, so the conversation keeps on going because I'm also following from another gadget. So ukiona kuna mtu mwingine anataka kuongeza, I can see it on my side, so I'll drop out, but I'm not gone. I'm still here.
Naweza piga kwa heri niachie watu space.
No, uko poa. No, nyikaeni, sisi tunajijua, sisi we know what we do around here. Wewe kaa uko poa, wewe piga story, uko poa.
Okay, thank you. Rasvik, I will not defend any church. I guess kila mtu anajijua. It's not a church business. I think it's a personal. Those religions, I think they are religions, cults, sects. It's usually a personal decision. I don't think it's a church decision. It's a church thing decision. I think those are personal decisions that people make. So maybe I want to persuade each one of us tusiende huko. Now, kila mtu ameongea hapa, apart from who are joining us. James N. Karibu.
Hello, how are you guys doing?
We are doing all right, Karibu.
I hope everybody's doing good. I just wanted to jump in and kind of contribute to the agenda. I know the agenda is Kenya. And nashukuru kila mtu kwa contribute since, our country is not progressing in the right direction. So it's always good to hear and to know that people or Kenyans are concerned, not co-concerned on the well-being of our country. So I'm always here some, once in a while nakuja nina contribute naenda. And but I always listen from the background. So the issue that we are going through in Kenya, of course, it's a very sad issue. And I'm just, wanted to come up and say, this coming political season yenye tunaenda as a country, I will advise Kenyans, as a people, let's involve the country on the side with prayers, but let's let God handle issues that zenye tumemwomba. Nobody should come to us in the name of whatsoever religion. Whether hii issue tusikapate tumeingia kwa issues za kidini za aina yoyote, because those are the scare tactics. You can imagine, other than Mount Kenya, the issue of us being divided at Uni Mount Kenya, nani ndio nani. The biggest issue that divides Kenya is, and the only other reason that one made Ruto win, is the religion issue. Zakayo alikuja na akapitia kanisa na akaingia, akakuja akajifanya ni moja wa watu. The other one that did that was our former president here in US, Trump. He used the evangelism denomination, and they believed in him, knowing enough that he has never been to church and has never recited a verse in the Bible. So those two people that I can tell within 5 years, Ruto and Trump, they really managed to penetrate religion and spoke like one of the church. So tukianza kuleta mambo ya sijui nani, I don't believe in Freemason and all that kind of stuff, but remember, Kenya imejaa pia other traditional and very gross misconduct when it comes to religion. So we need to leave all of them. Ruto should never come to us again in the name of he's better because he believes in XYZ. We need to know and believe, where do we want our country to go, irregardless of who prays to what, and handle Zakayo. Even hata Wakristo, if you look in the Bible, a lot of people who are used and have written the book, including Kina Paul, before he was Paul, they used to betray the church. So God can use whoever. So sometimes he might not be a Christian. Our agenda needs to be, where are we taking Kenya, and we should leave. Hii religion imetugawanyisha kama Africa. Hivyo ndio wazungu walichukua shamba, hivyo ndio Ruto alichukua presidency. We need to stay away from that. Just pray to God and stay focused on spirituality. But when it comes to handling Africa and Kenya, tusicheze hiyo mchezo tena coming 2027. We don't care who does what. Huyo Mulevi mwenye walikuwa naita Uhuru, see, he did a better job. So when we start saying sijui Freemason and nani, those are just things that make us feel skeptical about beliefs. Then zinakuwa scare tactic that can penetrate, especially to the older generation, all the citizens for Kenya, the ones that are very paranoid when it comes to certain beliefs. So we need to just leave it as, what do we need for Kenya to progress? Whether mtu amekuja amejipaka Ukristo, we should be able to see. Mtu akikuja in the name of whichever religion, we should be able to say, this one is a good, but it will be better if they are pastor. Next time hata tungepea Zakayo kanisa, pengine angekuwa pastor mzuri. Tumempea presidency mpaka tukafanya ka backslide. So let's just be careful on how we handle our leadership without introducing religion again. That was my take.
Yes. I guess we don't need to go there about that religion thing. So naona tumeongea. I think we shall do another round. Kuna watu wamenyamaza sana. Mary Wainana na Ashley. One of you can go first. Ashley, are you there? Mary Wainana. Okay, karibu Ashley.
Yeah, let someone else take. I'll go after them, please.
Mary Wainana.
Yes, asante Julia. Nimesikiza hawa watu wote wameongea habari ya dini, wameongea habari ya mambo mingi. Mzalendo ndiye huyo, amekuja ametupanisha as he did last time when we were very much fighting and focusing on things that Ruto is not a good person. They were really undermined. Sasa sijui nini imemkula, amekuja pandi hii, ametuletea kiziwizi kingine. But anyway, let me say this. How much Ruto would he be that we can redeem him and accept him to be a good person? None. Hata awe ni shetani wa aina gani, hata awe ni Mkristo wa aina gani, hata afanye mazuri gani, at this very point where we are, we Kenyans, is unredeemable. Ruto, hakuna pahali tunaweza msamehea ama tuseme ati amefanya hivi, wacha tu. There is nothing. We are done. We are done with him. So for me, as a Kenyan, a loving person of my country, surely ile uchungu nimesikia kulingana na vitendo huyu mtu ametenda kwa nchi yangu, kwa wazazi, kwa watoto, kwa walemavu, kwa wagonjwa. We can't take it anymore. Sina uwezo hata kidogo. Sina namna ati naweza kumfikia. But nataka hii kilio changu kimfikie. Amini yeye mtu mbaya kabisa. Aelewe Wakenya hawamhitaji hata dakika moja. But what can we do? We have to be together. Bring our heads together to discuss which way forward. Hakuna mambo ya dini kwa Ruto. Huyu ni mtu amekuja na njia moja ambayo ni mdanganyifu. And in fact, when I hear people say that Ruto ni mwerevu, anajua politics, who knows politics? Mtu ambaye anatumia risasi, mtu ambaye anatumia majambazi waue watu, mtu ambaye hajali masilahi ya watu ambao hawamhitaji awapee chakula, lakini amekuja kudhoofisha maisha yao. What kind of a human being is he? When I think about that he cannot think of a human being of the other, the other person's life, how you are living. Surely we don't borrow anything from him. What we do, we work for ourselves, but we get services which we pay for. But to see what people are going through when they go to the hospital, something that they had participated before, paying National Hospital Insurance Fund, so that just for the sake of the coming future, now it is not helping them. They are just dying because things have been changed by this mkora, ajinufaishe yeye na watoto wake, familia yake, bila hata kufikiria huyo mwananchi ambaye alikuwa amejiwekea akiba yake ataendelea maisha yake namna gani. So Kenyans, we are not here actually bickering. We are talking reality because we have seen it, and we have seen people dead for no reason. We have seen people crying. They cannot be treated. So we are talking about very, very serious things happening in our country. And so our country needs resurrection. Na sisi ndio resurrect. Si huyu mtu. Huyu ni mtu ambaye sijui kichwa yake amechukuliwa akainamishwa ama ikawa aje. But for me, this is not a person that we should forgive or we should let him go ahead saying that 2027, these 3 years, tutakuwa wapi? Watu watakuwa wamekufa wangapi? What is the issue of having such a person who does not care? What is the problem? What is the problem of this guy? Is his mind working? Is he a human being or this is a robot or a clone? Kwa sababu Wakenya mnajiuliza, mnashindwa, tunaongea, huyu mtu anasikizaga hii maneno tunasema. And that is where I don't understand whether he's a human being. Anasikizaga kilio cha watu. Somebody who says that sijaona jina hata moja ya mtu ambaye ameuawa. Anataka aletewe jina la mtu ambaye aliyeuawa, amfanye nini? What will he do? Hata akinipea pesa na ameua mtoto wangu, what does that money do for me? Will I call it John or Njoroge or Otieno? That money? So Kenyans, we are not bickering, we are fighting for our country. And we are trying to bring our minds together to have a solution how we can get this guy out, get away out of our way so that we can move forward freely and build our country. Kwa hivyo watu wengine msije hapa kufanya kama msaha. We are talking serious. Ni vile tu tuko hohehahe kwa vile hatuna namna. Hakuna vile tunaweza fikia huyo mtu, lakini tukiungana pamoja we can have an idea where we are heading. We can try to gather information, all of us, group thinking ambayo inaweza tusaidia. Kwa hivyo tuache kuwana roho, nguvu za kuongea mambo mengine ambayo si ya kufurahisha roho za watu. And I wonder whether somebody can smile and laugh when you come and tell us we are bickering and you laugh and then you leave. Hakuna haja ya wewe kuja hapa, kuja tu kutupa hiyo maneno mbaya alafu ujiende. I wonder what kind of a person you are also, because you are more even than that person who is doing that. Asanteni sana. Thank you, Judy.
Asanti Kenya Maandamano, au leo mnajiita Mary Wainaina. PK. Ama Ashley uko ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right.
Ashley
aende kwanza.
Take Mzalendo seriously. I think he was joking. So let us not take him seriously. Maybe it was a joke in bad taste. But what I'm going to say, the people who advocate guerrilla warfare, sometimes you might go and fight the wrong people. Like I said, some people are victims solely because they belong to a certain tribe. And then you might go and start fighting them instead of fighting the real people, because those real people are protected. Those real people, when push comes to shove, they're going to run away and go somewhere else. I think we should try every other means necessary before we resort to shedding blood, because you might shed the blood of an innocent person that has nothing to do with the whole struggle. So the less the blood, the better. So me, this is my opinion or my suggestion. Just like Ruto went and talked to Raila to join him, I think his people can talk to him to take opportunity to go to parliament and
you know, like get just like the way he went and got a deal the other side. We can, the people can give him a deal to where he helps them take out Ruto and gives that power to him. If that's the only option available. So that's an option. There are so many options. That's one of them if the courts don't work. Someone can, you know, I don't want to say some things, but somebody can sacrifice to take one for the team. But I think the best option is that one where we do it in an orderly fashion where there is less blood, and if any blood is shed, it has to be of those culprits themselves and not innocent people. The other thing I was going to say, I've forgotten even. I haven't written them down, but I think someone trying to talk to Raila to help them because they have the numbers in parliament, and then they have the disgruntled people due to what has happened now and take advantage of that. You know, we always have look, how can you take advantage of, like when the housing crisis came, people who had money took advantage of that housing crisis in the US, and they bought houses which were like really cheap. Now those houses are now selling 4 to 5 times more. So every time when there is a weakness, you have to think, how can I benefit from this? How can I nitapenyaje hapa? Don't think too far. Just think, okay, this is happening now. How can I take this and use it to benefit? And in this, right now, UDA is so weak. If we put our heads together, we can actually get Ruto out, strategically him, and have a good person on the head. Then you can take care of all the rest. But I think that's I think that would be a good way to go. So that's my submission. I had something else, but it's escaping. Oh, I wanted to say about the IEBC. You know, people keep saying, oh, they need to construct the IEBC so we can start throwing.
What happened to Miss Ashley? You still there? I don't know what happened to Ashley. So thank you so much. Maybe you'll come back. So as much as, let me say this, I think as a show that is on YouTube, we shall keep this word, say, using constitutional means to remove the Ruto government from power. That is what I would say. So constitutional means, I'm thinking about protests, I'm thinking about mass action, I'm thinking about civil disobedience. I'm also thinking about mobilization. I know people may be like, Julia, we've done this. Gen Z tried, they failed. But I'm just trying to say what I need to say on YouTube. Okay, through YouTube. That's what I'm trying to say. So things like civil disobedience, things like mobilizing. Okay, Ashley, before, I don't know, somebody muted her or she muted herself. I hope Ashley will come back to complete what you are saying. Now, she was saying something about mobilizing ourselves. And when she said that, that reminded me the few times Kenyans have mobilized themselves. And she said something about UDA is at its weakest point. Yes, Ruto appears to be like a giant and he appears to be controlling everything. But really, if Kenyans were organized and Kenyans really decided, now we are done with this thing. Like today, you saw those people shouting today at that governor. Now, they did not have just to shout at him, at her. They should not allow her even to speak. That's my take. Okay? Now, when the Gen Z began this struggle, this revolution, even people had stopped talking nonsense in the churches. The MPs had stopped talking nonsense in the churches. Saizi wamerudi na hiyo madharau yao. I think that is what Kenyans needs to do to stop them. So that is my take. I would like to say that I will not talk about the other methods people were talking about. And I think those ile msemo tunasema tusimwange mtama kwenye kuku wengi. That is what I would like to say. Tusimwange mtama kwenye penye, is it kwenye penye kuku wengi? Waswahili mlisamehe, na na saharibu Kiswahili, tusimwage mtama penye kuku wengi. Okay? Kama kuna njia zingine zile, basi tusimwage mtama penye kuku wengi. Domi, I know PK, wache Domi aseme kitu, then you. Sawa. Aya, Domi.
Njiru anataka link.
Njiru anakujaga watu wakilala. Njiru unaendanga wapi usiku?
Okay, hamjambo na wasalimu wote. Naona sasa hivi siwezi ona majina ya watu wote, but nimesikia sauti ya Ashley pale, mwalimu. I salute you all, our big brother Son PK. Wengine I'm sorry, sina macho ine, siwezi ona vizuri, but I appreciate all guys. You spend your time here speaking, bringing to the knowledge everybody, at least everybody to know what is going on, and trying to suggest on ways. There is one thing that I've learned in life, is that somehow as you keep talking, somehow as you talk, God, we don't know what, sometimes we don't know the plan of God. Sometimes in the midst of all this, we will get a suggestion that will move us to another great heights that we may not even even believe. I'll start. I see. Okay, we start. The whole thing was about Gachagua, and I think, according to me, it's good that Gachagua is out. Is being pushed out. Now, there is one. Let me bring these two faces of the whole thing. If Gachagua goes out, it's okay. And let me say, it's a plus to us. It's a plus to Kenyans that Gachagua goes out. If Gachagua does not go out, it is still a plus. Because I'm very sure by the time this whole process is through, there are a lot of things that that would have come out. We would have known so many things that we don't know. And I think Stone PK is the one who said someday that, wacha wapigane. Hiyo kupigana kwao, by the end of the whole fight, we would have gained a lot. Now, about I was thinking Nick Odhiambo amekuwa hapa, and I tried so much to get in so that I can rebut him when he was on air. Actually, I think you don't know. Well, haujui Mzalendo ni nani. Mzalendo has been here, and there is nothing. He loves that way. That is how he loves. And there is a day I even told him, I think we were on the other, they had another show on the other, on another platform. And I told Mzalendo, you are a sadist. Because according to what I see, the way you talk, you rejoice when people are suffering. You rejoice when people are in trouble. Why do you? They are the same people who are here shouting Ruto, 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 everything, Ruto, everything. And now, now he can stand up and start laughing and telling us that we are bickering. Okay. Better that person who is bickering at least is speaking something. You that is silent, what are you doing? He has nothing. I think, Julia, you are very right. Just shut up. If you don't have anything to suggest to us of any importance, just shut up. There is nothing you're going to help us with. Hakuna. So these are guys who are sadists. Whichever way, akikuja kitu chochote chenye anafikiria, it is just kukejeli tu wa Kenya. And if anything, mtu kama Nico Dhiambo, if he was here, I wish he would be listening. Nico Dhiambo, you have no right, you don't have any moral authority to criticize anybody. He does not have any moral authority to criticize anybody, because if anything, he is part of the mess that we are in. So what are you going to criticize? Who are you going to criticize? You just better shut up. Because you are worse. You are worse than that person those people you are trying to criticize. Hakuna kitu naweza tuambia. But otherwise, what I will say is, kitu nitasema, there are people who feel discouraged about we tried maandamano ya Raila ikashindwa, Gen Z wakashindwa. Let me tell you guys, there is one thing that I am always sure of. As long as things are not okay, ultimately njaa itatoa watu kwa nyumba. Even those people we are talking about, the middle class who do not participate in maandamano, siku moja watatoka. Once they are pressed hard, their businesses are not working, you don't have an income, you cannot drive that car you bought. The car is in the parking, and in fact, in Juarez, they want to add a lot of taxes on insurance, whatever. Insurance imekuja kulipa. Gari kwa hapo hivyo mnaangaliana, umeweka mafuta na yezi tembea. Your business is not working. You are not getting that. You are not taking children to school because you are also getting bankrupt. That day you'll go out of the house. Na utaenda kwa maandamano. I believe. I'm not saying ni lazima watu waende maandamano kwenda kutoa Ruto. There could be a way. There could be a way. God may create a way somehow. But who knows? Probably God is just waiting for us to get tired and fight. Si watoto wa Israeli walienda wakapigana. They went and fought. Yeah, they fought. Sometimes, who told you that we are better? We are better than what was Sri Lanka? Who told you that we are better than what were the Egyptians? Who told you that we are better than Brazilians when you walitoka kwa nyumba? People got out of their houses and go to get the president out of office. Who told you that we are better than French Revolution? We are not better than those people. Yeah. They were pressed hard until to the end they had to fight. And I believe when Kenyans will be pressed to the wall, bado hatujafika kwa ukuta. I have said here several times, bado Kenya hawajaiva. Wakenya siku wataiva, they will go out. And they will go out with their children. Mama atabeba mtoto wake kwa mgongo and she'll go out. Yeah. If things will not turn around, I can assure you that's where we're headed. Okay, that's my submission today.
Thank you for Domi. Yeah, unasema ukweli. Lazima tutafika mahali kila mtu atatoka. Unaona vile watu walikuwa natusi Kihika jana. Hakuna mtu aliwaambia wa mama. Nobody told them. Hao walikuwa mama na wazee. Hata hakukuwa na Gen Z hapo. There were no youngsters there. It is the old people who are talking back to Son Kihika. So
perfect.
Yes. So wacha tufike hapo. Ndio sasa watu kama Mzalendo wanakuja hapa kuongea upuzi hapa. Yes, Njiru umekaa ukipika ugali huko, umechelewa sana. Kwa hivyo wewe tunakuweka backseat kwanza. Tulikwambianga maneno ya kupika ugali wa wachange, tulikwambianga na Stone, lakini hausikii maneno. Stone, karibu and you advise your little brother a bit.
Oh my God. Wacha ni feed my little brother aongea alafu nikuje.
Okay, little brother umepewa nafasi.
You know, Julia, you think you can separate us, Uwezi?
Wewe unaona ule mbunge wenu alikuwa anaongea ujinga, ulimuona?
Mimi unajua mimi sina mbunge. hawa bunge wote ni wabunge wa Togege. So mimi usiniambie story ya mimi sina mbunge. So ungeniambia mbunge wao, mbunge wa hao, sio mbunge yangu. So huyo mbunge wao alisemaje?
Sijui kama ndiye alikuwa anapeleka barabara nini Nakuru ama ni wapi.
lakini si anakula ushuru yako bwana.
Let me tell you, hii ni kitu hata nilisemanga bwana Domi from 2022. Any person who owns is not my leader in Kenya. Hata wale mulivukisha ile ngambo, any person ambaye anasaidia Ruto, mimi sio kiongozi yangu. Hiyo nilimalizana. Ndio hata baba nilimweka kwa hiyo carton, the same one. Me, I don't have a leader. Let me tell you, and this is what happens. Number one, unajua kuna watu wanafikiria whatever is happening in Kenya ni sababu ya Gachagua. People think that now sababu hakina Muratha na wengine wanapigiwa makelele ni sababu ya Gachagua. We are mixing issues. Gachagua has nothing to do with what is happening. For your information, UD has never kicked off. Tunaitanga kick off. They have never kicked off. Hata toka wachukue hii serikali hakuna kitu wamewahi fanya. So ni distress imekuwa ikiendelea forever. So whatever you are seeing now zinaitangwa detonation point. Yani ama ni kama manhole pali ya kuangalilia. Unachungulia unaona sio kuzuri, unachungulia unaona sio kuzuri, but it is known ya kwamba but kuna kitu moja bwana Ndomi, I address you sababu wewe najua wewe ni mkali sana. I address you. Sasa kuna kitu moja tunafaa kufurahia hapa. Unaona vile weather inakaa. It is very good to make Ruto not to steal the election. Unajua kama kuna hiyo suggestion kwa ground ya kwamba you are not popular, things are not good, you will trade slowly. Hata kama utataka kufanya vitu mbaya na nini, unaona hawa watu wanaibanga makina mauchaguzi akina Museveni akina nani, they will always make sure that wanakuwa na psychology na wanakuwa na idea, yani wanaweka idea in the ground, I'm still popular. Kuna kuwaga tu na hiyo perception. They put a perception I'm still popular. But sahi the perception is ya kwamba Ruto ako down the drain. Hayuko. Already opinion poll zishaanzia kutokezea. Hata kama saa zingine watu wafuatangi opinion poll. Inasemekana 73% of Kenyans are saying we are going in the wrong direction. How is 73%? So if that is what is happening, how can Ruto win elections in that country, in such a country? So those are some of the things unaanzianga kuconnect. So hata kama Ruto anapanga kuiba uchaguzi, he will need more convincing philosophies, but this is what they do. Na hii ndio ile kitu nataka Julia muanzie kuogopa. Hao wabunge si ati hawajui, watu hawataki. And this is what they are going to do. They will also abandon UDA. Because at the end of the day wanajua ya kwamba hii UDA inaenda nyumbani. Na nyinyi watu mnajuanga that is what perennial watu wetu wanakuanga. You remember in 202, hii ni kitu nataka kueleza hapa because we have been unable to separate wheat and chaff. In 202, when many people in Kano, akina Jeu Gatabaki, mnawajua watu wengi sana of that time, watu walianzia kuruka kutoka Kano kuingia Naka. Sijui kama Dobi unakumbuka hiyo story. Unakuta yani watu wanaanzia kuruka kwa ile chama ni popular at that time, but and sasa watu wakiruka hapo and then wanaanzia kuendeleza story za chama, so wanaanzia kusema sasa tunachagua hii chama. So ndio nataka kusema sasa bwana Domi, that one should also be the next trick ile ambayo tunafaa kuielewa sana. Unaona hata huyu Kimani Kimanongo hata simama na UDA. Hata kama ground imemkataa, hata simama na UDA. He will come, atajaribu kuingia kwa the popular party at that time. And kama sasa sisi wa Kenya hatutafika level ya kusema kama wewe umewahi guza serikali ya UDA, hatukutaki. These people could sneak in. Just like the way during Kibaki time, we had remnants of Moi. who we and actually tulikuwa tunafaa kuwakata. Unaona hata hawa akina Philip Wadai, kuna mtu nimesikia akisema hapa, there was somebody who was speaking up, hawa watu ya ODM sahi, watu kama akina Philip Wadai and na akina Joe and the rest, those are people who are now supposed to go into political oblivion completely. Hao ni watu wanafaa kukufa kisiasa. Now this is what will happen, because now then you also know this power of believing a human being, and that is why mimi nimeanzia kusema hizo vitu, they will be very unfair. Even Baba himself in Nyanza, he should also stop imposing people on people, because you will meet hawa kina Wadai, hawa wataletwa na ni watu ambao wameenda kwa serikali kukula. He is now signing contract with Andani. Unajua bwana Stone PK, there is something we need to analyze here. Can you imagine, leo kuna kitu nimekutana nayo, I thought Andani was working on in the airport. Sasa nimeona Adani ati wanaweka stima Kenya, ati the contract was negotiated for 4 months. Hivyo ndivyo media inajaribu kusema, kama sisi ni wajinga. Watu si wajinga bwana. That contract was not negotiated in 4 months. It was negotiated in 1 day. Na nataka hapa mtu anielezee hapa, aniambie what can Andani or UDA negotiate in Kenya, ili tuanzie kuambua ati they negotiated. Musikilize hiyo video, wanasema kuna contract wamesaini na Ketraco and they negotiated for 4 months. I don't believe in that. I do not believe. Ni kama sasa mtu akuje kuniambia hapa, you know, hii Shiv na Isha, we have really been in the ground on it, we have been working on it for the last 2 years. Hiyo ni uongo. You know that in life, when people put time on things, they want try to put seriousness in it. Hey, kama hiyo kitu imenegotiatiwa miezi 4, basi inakaa iko na nyama. There are some details which is not true. So ni psychology wanacheza na sisi. So what I'm trying to say is any person who is in the government now should be rejected in totality. In totality. Whether it is UDA, ODM, whichever the party, they should be rejected in totality. And when it comes to 2027, hoping we are going to have an election, wacha tulete watu fresh. It doesn't matter who they are, at least let's have fresh people, but people with the character. So itabidi tufanye ka background check kidogo. But this idea whereby how wacha tu, the only people who should return, they are those Kalenjins. Wacha akina Sudi warudishwe na wakale yao, wacha hawa akina Murkomen waletwe na watu yao. Wakale, they are free to elect whoever they want. If their work they are not tired of corrupt people or people are stealing from Kenya, so I cannot talk for them. Kalenjin people, you are free to bring the Sudis, because nyinyi ndio mnachaguanga watu kama hawa. Sudi alikuanga anatubeba na Nissan, so hata sijui ni qualification gani muliona, but you are free to bring him again. So but all the other communities try to bring serious people into the society. It is now known to finality. Kama mumeona akina Kihika wakifanywa hivyo, it is now known in finality that Ruto cannot get a second term. Sababu unaibanga kule ziko. That is what we say. In Kiembu tunasemanga sia kwa kule ile, like uwezi enda kuibia mtu hana. So there is no in which Ruto can steal this election. It will be known. He has no popularity. Actually Ruto knows he is exiting. I don't think kuna mtu atasikiliza Ruto. I don't think. Unless tudungwe mashindano tukue vichaa. Tukienda pale kwa debe, I don't think even in any right sense there is any Sorry?
Can I ask you, so if Ruto steals the election, what are you going to do? Remember in 2017, it was just Uhuru and against voter count, and they had a higher percentage than voter count. I feel like you're very naive to say that he will not steal, because he will. But if he does, what are you going to do about it? In reference 2017, when their vote was higher than the voter count.
Let me tell you how elections are stolen. Elections, you only steal a close election So if it is provable and it is in the public domain that unajua ile kura inaibangwa inaitangwa the tip of votes, especially in
in 2017 una answer wrong, so I just want to direct you. In 2017 it was Ruto, Uhuru Ruto against voter count. They didn't, you see, you remember Raila refused to withdrew from the election, so it was Ruto and Uhuru, and they had higher marks. The number of voters they had was more than the people who went to vote.
Yeah, I don't deny that. You see, Kenyans were not sensitized enough to understand their rights. We didn't, at that time, by the way, we didn't have serious lawyers who could help us. There are so many.
This guy, Nani, this guy will never answer that question. I have asked this question for so long.
Mato, please stop. Hapana, Mato, usiingilie your talk. Wacha watu wawili waongee. Who is talking?
ODM had the best lawyers in the country.
Njiru ulikuwa unaenda mzuri lakini umepoteza network. Sorry to interrupt you.
Njiru
mara ngapi? No.
Who is talking? Njiru memaliza?
No, you see, Nivire, I don't know the reason why people think that it is always a math and let me tell you, elections are stolen everywhere globally. But you begin by a binary election. What is a binary election? Is where you create a two-horse race. Once you create a two-horse race, whoever the system or whoever the people who are there, they want him to win. They do that tip-off. So this special case, ambayo Uhuru alikuwa kwa debe peke yake, and the votes were more, it is because our system was not robust enough where people could question it. And then because Raila had withdrawn, there was not any serious legality whereby people could have gone to question that election. So alikuja tu akapewa uchaguzi tu. Hata I don't think even the Supreme Court could have gone that. But if there was a serious challenger, I think people could have looked at it. But by and large, what I'm trying to say is you only steal an election if your numbers are somehow close. There's no in which Ruto is popularity will be like 15 or 20. Na ibe uchaguzi na kusikue na shida Kenya, and then is a challenger hoping that we are going to have a serious challenger. Is challenger akona more favorability, akona kura mingi, and the people want him. There will be chaos if you want to steal in such an election. And remember also, when you are more favorable, kuna vile tu hata unakujaga unakuwa hata na neema ya kuongea and also to defend your vote. Those things also go in line. But as long as Ruto, we will allow Ruto to have close to 30% of votes, he can steal. But as long as it is the way he is, yuko anywhere, ujamaa asiwashtue, hata hivyo mnasemanga sijui ni muaji ni nini is what, it doesn't matter. As long as he is unpopular, atatolewa. People have been removed from those seats. So story ya kusema ati what, that one doesn't hold water, according to me. Thank you.
Julia.
Yes, Makiadi.
Let me rebut something that Njiru said here. I think Njiru, you should look at history. And I think in Africa, stealing an election is not a big issue. You are talking about a binary election where we have two strong candidates. I can give you an example of what happened in Uganda between Museveni and Bobby Wine. On paper, Bobby Wine was more, the chances of Bobby Wine winning the Ugandan elections were like, the probability was, very high. But when it came to election day, you can see the numbers that were associated with Museveni. Same thing with Rwanda, where you have Paul Kagame winning an election by 99.8%. So winning an election in Africa is not just about the numbers that the IEBC or whatever election or commission or body announces. It goes also to the adjudicator, the Supreme Court. Because if you look at the history, even in the voting pattern that we've had, at some point the numbers were not tallying, and the Supreme Court had to make a decision. And most of us, where we sit here, we believe that the Supreme Court has decided who has been the president of Kenya for the past few elections, including the one that the 2020, is it 2022? I'm on 2020 election, Amanigani. 2022, I think. Even forgetting Ruto has been in office for more than 2 years. So William Ruto does not need you to go and vote for him to become president. As long as he has the right machinery in place, including the IBC Commission, making sure that he has the best, he's a handyman in the Supreme Court. That is reason enough for him to get another term. So don't worry about who is going to vote for who until you fix the electoral process in the Republic of Kenya. As long as it remains the same as it is right now, you are not going to get Ruto out of office through the ballot. Thank you.
And I'm just wondering, Makiadi, I'll come back to how to fix the Electoral Commission. I don't know how we're going to fix that. I think we have a long story. PK was supposed to talk. PK, umewacha watu wengi sana wakupite.
PK
PK, are you serious?
PK anaelekea Salgasa.
Just a point of information.
Wacha ni mdrop kwanza, akiamka nitamrudisha. Yes. Domi, you want to say something? Yes, Domi, ndio niende
Yeah, I just wanted to inform Nani, our brother Jiru, that the Bongo had 10% vote. Lakini aliiba kura akiwa na 10%. So this about percentage is not so much about to be relied on. Mtu akitaka kuiba ataiba tu.
But watu watajua, people will know unpopular person and they will vote it. If you have 10%, tutajua, hata ground utakuwa unajua huna kitu. That's what I'm saying. That is a baseline point of fight.
Does it
matter? Hata ukijua utafanya nini? Hata mkijua, you know it, but now akikatalia utafanya nini? We just be in the same situation as we are now.
Jiru, unajua Ruto ana treat Gachagua the way he's doing because he knows that Gachagua is valueless. Hakuna kitu alileta kwa meza. Ruto anajua ile ukarabati alitumia, na don't be surprised, hiyo VP atapatia most likely wale watu kujanga maandamano after election. Don't be surprised, kwa sababu he will think that will be a reason to deter them from coming to the street again. Amejua Gachagua ana value, hakuna kura alileta.
Julie, can I finish my last point? I think I dropped. It won't be like just a minute.
All right.
So I wanted to say about the SHA, the insurance, and I was thinking about it, and I said this delay in implementing it could actually be by design, because a lot of poor people who don't have money are dying. So is associated with him and his insurance, and people who are poor use so much money, they take so much from the insurance, so just to cut costs and increase their profits, it could be that they know if they wait a week or 2 weeks, they'll take away the people who would use so much of that insurance of the money, because people have started to die because people have to pay out of pocket. And it could be and if there was a time that we need to have any protests or demonstrations, this is it, because I know a lot of people around the country are dying, especially the most vulnerable. So I fail to understand how they can move from one insurance to another one and then have a time where they're saying everybody has to pay cash, knowing very well some people will not afford and they are very sick and people have started to die. So I was thinking about it today told me this is by design. That is the last comment I wanted to put out there.
Yes, it's not wanted by design because hii ni serikali ya majambazi. Yes, Themba. Before people will start still continue talking, watu leo wako na mioto. Wacha tupatie Themba chance kwanza. Karibu Themba.
Yeah, good evening, all, and glad to see all of you. Sitaki kuwataja majina yenu nyinyi wote, but my intention was brought in with Njiru's comments. I wanted to put in my sentiments, especially where he said that election are stolen at the election day. I want to disagree with him. That in my view is the narrow understanding of stealing of an election. Elections are not stolen at the election day. Rigging even for 2027 has already started. You rig the vote, you rig the system. You can't rig the system at the election day. The infrastructure, you rig the system, you rig even how people are going to vote. You do that way earlier. Like right now, one thing that I can start seeing is that the likelihood of Ruto coming back is high, not because of anything else, but because of the disorganization on the probably the probable opponents who would be coming in. Who is it right now that you imagine can mount a very successful opposition against Ruto? In the current scenario, in my own view, estimation, I don't see any person who is emerging. The most of the things that we are talking about right now are largely narratives, and narratives cannot last 2 years. A narrative cannot last 2 years to win an election. For example, we were talking about, and I think we were here when we mentioned and we said that this Morara thing was just a wave that will disappear. Because before long, there was Kasmuel, and people thought that that person is going to give an alternative voice. You cannot last such a narrative that lacks the political base for 2 years. It is bringing yourself up so early to be able to be dismantled very easily. And that's why these people that are coming up, they are easily being dealt with even before they grow any wings. On the second thing that you are talking about, popularity and opinion polling, we cannot determine the popularity or lack of it of a particular candidate based on reports that we see on the media, or based on the few things that are being reported to us. Like an instance where people went today and they were heckling some people at a funeral, and some people think that that is the mood of the ground. That, in my view, is simplistic, to say the least. When you go back to even what Makiadi said, that Bobby Wine was popular and he was most likely to win, that is not true. You see, Bobby Wine might have been more media friendly and might have invested in what you tell to the world, or the mainstream media might have, brought much of what he was saying. But there's that media popular, and then there's the ground popular. Museveni, on the other hand, had the infrastructure. So the local person whose interpretation of leadership has been defined by Museveni all along knew that it was Museveni who was going to come in. So being media friendly and media popular does not necessarily interpret to you being popular. There's what we swallow or what we feed on in the media. But there's also the other side of politics that sometimes we refuse, either by design or by default, to pay attention to. The fact that someone is so popular in the media, the fact that we are able to see this person does not necessarily mean it's going to interpret. And that is what people also didn't see about the Gen Z thing, you know. When they were coming in, attending some of those lives, 200,000 plus, we were imagining that that's a very big thing. And yet, if you go back down, you can be media popular, but not popular on the ground on the person voting. So those are two things that probably we need to start, separating. And in my view, just to differ with NM, is that elections are not rigged at the day of an election. You don't rig the vote. You must rig the whole system. You must make it harder, maybe make it harder for people to vote, make it hard for someone to even attend a rally, make it hard for, there are different stages of rigging. So we are imagining that rigging is going to appear the day that we are attending and now people are coming out to vote, and that is what is happening. No, you set up everything way, way, way before. So in my view, I don't see any alternative leadership that is going to be to equal the mobilization and the strength that Ruto would be enjoying right now. I do agree that Gachagwa's strength will probably dwindle as soon as he's impeached and confirmed by the Senate. That will be it. In my estimation of the central people, they have very little patience for you, especially when you're not in a position of power. Look at Martha Karua. Look at some of those people that immediately they left the position of power, they were relegated to the background. So as soon as Gachagua will be getting out of that thing on Thursday, he will be relegated to the background, and probably someone else will start emerging. That in my estimation is what I see happening as far as that is concerned. So the idea, the topic of the debate that probably ground turns against Ruto. Number one, we need to appreciate that the morning the funeral service was even being conducted in Kikuyu. And the place largely is easy to mobilize against because they are speaking the same language of Gachagua. And so they are easy to be paid in such, if we are experiencing a similar reaction in a place like, let's say, Nyanza, or a place where you'd expect, not necessarily from a Kikuyu speaking area, and you'd be expecting that, then you'd say there's a general, kind of dissatisfaction with the ground is standing against Ruto. But I don't think other than that pocket, the people really care whether Gachagua goes or stays. Whether he goes or he stays, I don't think it's a general feeling. That is in my view, an isolated reaction that was there today. Probably that's my feeling for now, Julia. Maybe as we continue, I'll be able to give my thoughts again. Thank you.
Thank you, Demba. So are you trying to imply people are reacting because of Gachagua? Because I didn't hear anywhere Gachagua was mentioned. People just shouted the governor when he started talking about
Simon of Kaperpir. WhatsApp audio.
Sorry, someone take over. Nani andaogea?
Let me just respond to.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Domi unataka. Okay, sawa. Let me respond to one thing Demba said here. So the issue of Bobby Wine, I think it's good. It's good to be also factual. you know, when you say media friendly, how do you quantify media friendly? Because both candidates were campaigning. I'm just going back to what you said about being media friendly in the with regards to the issue of Bobby Wine and Museveni. You see, the truth is most elections have been won by a wave, and you can tell the wave even through the media. You can tell there's a wave, and that is what we saw even in Kenyan electing Moi Kibaki. There was a wave. The media follows the wave. If you don't have a strong campaign, the media will not spend time covering your campaigns. So in our case, we saw the Gen Z. Sometimes I know, Ndemba, you will disagree with what the effect of the Gen Z movement would have been or is in the electoral process in our country. But you also have to agree, because this is a fact. The Gen Z alone, it is estimated the Gen Z vote alone is probably 5 million Kenyan shillings. 5 million in number. And 5 million voters, these are voters that cannot be played around with. They are not people that you can just twist around and play around with their psychology to get their vote. So if at all we see in Kenya that the Gen Z can, spearhead such a movement and have somebody, and I believe if they support somebody to run for election as a president, that person is going definitely to give Ruto a run for his money. Now, where I agree with you is about a system. And what is there in Kenya right now is a system that has a high affinity to rigging. Why? Because the president alone is the only person that can put together a team that will select the IEBC commission, vet the IEBC commission, and he alone can appoint a chairman and the other commissioners. So the constitution, in a way, gave the election to the president even before the election itself. It is designed, our electoral process is designed to favor the incumbent. As long as that person who is in that position is in office when a new electoral body is being vetted and is being selected to run an election. Now, in our instance here, we have William Ruto, who has already put together a team that is going to vet commissioners and the chairman of IEBC. Right now, I think the issue of Mount Kenya is irrelevant in Kenyan politics. You might disagree with me, NM, or whoever. Mount Kenya right now is no longer a political player in our country. And the votes that Mount Kenya hold, the huge number of votes that Mount Kenya hold, may not be necessarily important to William Ruto if he decides to seek re-election. Why? Because he has built alliances elsewhere. You should go and listen to what Opio Andai said today. I think it was today or yesterday. He said the ODM party, and when you say ODM party, you know the constituency that ODM party holds, is going to vote for William Ruto. Now, going back to what NM said here, you still where there is. I like that saying yako hiyo ya Kiembu, unaiba mahali kuko. So, if William Ruto can shift his theft from Mount Kenya to other regions that did not vote for him or did not support him fully in the previous election, he's still going to be the president. And that is one lesson that Gachagua did not follow. Building alliances, not burning bridges, not fighting with everybody. That is what politicians should be able to view in order to stay in power. William Ruto right now, as Ndemba said, he is already crafting to stay in power come 2027. And why is that? It's because he is building a machinery that includes the electoral process. You will see, even when it comes to appointing the Chief Justice and the Supreme Court justices, he is going to make sure that he puts people that are loyal to him, because he wants to make sure that when it comes to election, it will be a matter of I scratch your back, so also scratch my back. Now, one thing that I want to tell you here today is learning from history. When Uhuru Kenyatta was proposed by Moi as his successor, Kenyans came out and said no. So there's that amount, there's that threshold of anger that Kenyans showed up in the polls and voted. That can be something that we can pray will happen come 2027. And maybe, just maybe, that will be something that will take William Ruto home. Thank you.
Wow, I know Demba want to rebut to Makiadi. Maybe he could also rebut to me. I was asking them, but today I don't think it was about Gachagua. I think people just today shouted the governor because she was trying to read the president's speech. So if you're trying to say that somebody bought somebody, I think Demba, I tend to disagree with you. It was not about Gachagua. I think the governor began reading the speech of the president. That is where they started shouting her down. And then another MP started saying that kuna tawaletea barabara. They went on shouting him down. I think, Demba, you are not in touch with the ground. Either you are refusing to be in touch with the ground or you are not. Any of that. Because now it is not rocket science to know that Kenyans are very disappointed. Kenyans from all walks. It's no longer a new DA Azimio thing. It is a common Kenyan that is, even those who are in ODM, hata wakama wanajisikia kama wako kwa serikali, somewhere they're disappointed that their expectations have not been met. So it will only need somebody to ride on that. Now, I also want to talk about, you said something about Murara. Murara only started what he started doing. And I think nobody is yet to say that he'll be a presidential candidate. It will be far-fetched to call him a presidential candidate. But then I find you pouring water on his efforts. I am kind of disappointed. You have a right to do that. But you are pouring cold water on the efforts of these youngsters. And I want to say this. If Kenyans had that kind of an attitude, since the day Kenyans began fighting for independence, then tungekuwa mbaya mbovu. So I think it is Kenyans who decided that the Kenya country has to change. And somebody had to start a fight somewhere. I was not there in the days of independence, so I don't know who started what, and I cannot start saying that this group fought this, apart from what I read from the books of history. But then I think I remember the struggle for multi-party. I was in high school, so I remember Kenneth Matiba saying, yes, I was well informed. I remember him saying he was kicked out of KANU because he had resigned from government. And he had resigned from government because he was feeling the government was too corrupt. And when he resigned from the government, they said that he was the KANU politicians then, that was Moi and his group, said that Matiba cannot go around defying the president, so they had to kick him out of KANU. And Matiba said that if somebody is kicked out of KANU, wanaendanga wapi? He said, from today, I start Kenneth Stanley Matiba Jindo, declare Kenya to be a multi-party state. And then all of us know what followed. Him and Rubia. Rubia also resigned, and they were arrested and detained. And you can see the likes of Jaramogi and Akina Moite and Orengo joined the fight. So if Kenyans had poured water on the Matibas, then we would not be where we are. So I refuse to buy your attitude, Demba. This is the second time you are coming here pouring water on these youngsters. Now, who would have known that these youngsters would have stormed in parliament? Yes, they have not removed Ruto from power, but they made their point. Guys, didn't Ruto dissolve cabinet because of these youngsters? Didn't he do that? Was he ever going to do that? Did he shelve the financial bill because of these youngsters? He did. So however much you want to portray Ruto as a super monster, powerful person here, he was moved by these youngsters. So we cannot come here and pour cold water on what they are doing if we are doing nothing ourselves. I'm not saying you are doing nothing then, but I don't know what you are doing. But I'm just trying to say this, that we cannot come here and pour cold water on this, the Murara said. Murara is doing something that I am not doing, Julia. Let me talk about myself, not talk about anybody else. Murara is doing something that I am not doing. So I'll not pour cold water on him. So I disagree with you, Themba, and I disagree with your notion that Ruto is not unpopular unless you are not on the ground or you refuse to be on the ground. Maybe you want to rebut that? Yes,
Julia,
Njiri.
there is an intel by the Ruto alikuwa ende Sunday. Embu alikuwa there is a, kama unajua college inaitwa Kegari TTC, college ya walimu, he was to go for anniversary there and he has cancelled the attendance of that thing sababu of the kitu inaitwa crisis. Themba, sijui kama unajua umekutana na hiyo rhetoric ya
unaona hii story Themba.
Now, can you, am I allowed to rebut?
Yes, wacha Njiri umemaliza.
Yeah, nasema amekanzo kuenda huko sababu ya venye grau iko, ashaambiwa grau ni kumoto, aendi Kigari Sunday.
So Themba, what I can agree with you as you come in, I can agree with you about rigging, that Ruto is planning to rig, and he has amejipanga vile tu Makiadi amesema amejipanga sana kabisa, anajipanga na CJ, and if it means kicking out mother, he's gonna do that. Amejipanga na ODM, which may let him down. Makiadi, I wanna agree with you, and at one time also wanna disagree with you in one way or the other. I don't believe ODM has the same constituency that they used to have. Sidani.
Julie,
Now, Sidani, ODM, let me finish. I don't think ODM will get the same support they received, even in places like Nairobi, like they did. Sidani watapata your support. I don't see it coming. In fact, not just ODM. I'm talking about all these parties that have been there. I think they are rude. They are out for a rude shock. And that is if things go the way they are going. And I think things are likely to go where, Makiadi, what you said about the 2002. In fact, from my own point of view, Kenyans are more disappointed than they were with Moi in 2002. Because right now, if you want me to list for you down what is happening in Kenya, I think you need to take a flight and go to Kenya. Right now, people cannot access medical health. Just 1-2 years ago, people could use NHIF. Now, I am talking from experience. I had a patient who was treated in the German hospital and in Kejambe with NHIF. Anafanywa MRI na NHIF. Saizi hawawezi kabisa. 2 years ago, Kenyan kids in the university were paying 16,000 shillings only to join university. Saizi wanalipa pesa ngapi? Call your relatives and find out how. 2 years, I mean, I can talk about so many things. Ruto has turned Kenya upside down. Saizi Kenyans are triple disappointed than they were.
Julia.
Yes.
I paid 300,000 for my daughter to go to university.
Listen, Domi, before you go. Domi, I had relatives who
unajua
joined
tuwezi inua
university.
mkono, mimi nimeinua mkono yangu.
Okay.
Yangu iko juu.
Nitakuja kwako. We'll give them back to respond to all of us. Now, Domi, just 2 years ago, I had kids that I was paying for university. Public university, 16,000. Nakwambia, 16,000. Saizi tripled. Remember, what are you trying to say? The Kenyans are celebrating Ruto unless you are living in heaven. No.
And ODM is an empty carabash, by the way, Sahi. ODM
you are living in heaven. And if you are in the US or wherever you are, panda ndege uende Kenya Sahi. It is no longer an ODM as mere Jubilee thing. Hata hii story ya Makiadi kusema
ODM ilidai kitambo, Julia.
ODM ati support. Makiadi, ODM will get their votes in Luo Nyanza. Na sio Luo Nyanza yote. Hata Kisii. You saw this guy who was talking your called Fred. The guy who came, I suspect he's from Kisii. People are mad. It is not even a Gachagua issue. People are just burning mad. So that is, according to me, I have been to Kenya several times right now, this year. Na ninaweza kuambia watu vile wamechemka. Hata si maneno ya Kikuyu, Ujaluo, manini. hiyo kitu wametoka. People have known that it is not your tribe that feeds you. So the Gachagua issue is just a by the way, according to me. And people, that is why people are saying kufa dereva kufa makanga. It is not because they care about Gachagua. I really don't think they care about Gachagua from my own point of view, but they are just tired and fed up. So Mato, your times that we give
Thank
them
you.
back to reply.
Nimeinua na unajua nikiinua mkono, you know our rules.
Yes,
You know,
Mato.
But ODM is an empty calabash,
nenda
eh?
haraka.
ODM is an empty calabash.
Okay,
That should be a
okay,
kicker.
nimekusikia. Wacha Mato aongee. Asante.
Yes, so mi nimekuja na mkono ya kuinua ile ya heshima. So you know how we normally do, ni venye tu siwezi jionesha kwa nini because of where I am, but Julia, you've 100% right, but wacha niharakishe because I know with kuinua mkono it wasn't my time, so itakuwa like almost just less than 30 seconds or 1 minute. One thing that people do not understand, Julia, is exactly what you say. Hata mi nimekuwa Kenya mara mbili na naenda ya tatu. And nataka watu waelewe, especially Themba, who's been my friend for a long time. Tumekuwa hata kwa hii channel. I mean, he's the one that introduced me to this thing. But naweza sema saizi mali watu wako, they don't care if you are a Kikuyu, if you are a Luo, if you are Imurima, sijui, nobody cares about that thing in Kenya. Mi nimekuwa huko hivyo, nimeangalia, haifanyiki na haikui. No one cares about that thing. I don't care, nobody cares. Nilikuwa Kenya, Julia, I'm telling you, the reason nimeinua hiyo mkono yangu is because watu wengi wanadhani kuna kitu hapa between Gachagua and Ruto. Hakuna, ni watu wameamua we don't care. We are going to follow, tutafuata sheria. Niyo ndio imekuwa. Na ndio unaona hata saizi hata ukiongelesha dude, mi nilienda Karatina, unapata na mtu huko hivyo, unaenda kutoa pesa kwa M-Pesa na kuuliza, unamuuliza na Ruto anawapeleka aje, na huo mtu aende. Then you come from there, you go to Namanga, mtu anakuambia achana na huo mtu. I couldn't even get, hata singepata hata mtu mmoja mwenye anaweza sema ati kitu mzuri kuhusu Ruto. So basically, what is it? It's not about the Kikuyus, it's not about Ruto, it's not about sijui nini, it's not about Gachagua, it's not about whatever. Kuna kitu imechange, and that is why you can see the Gen Zs wenye walikuja hata kuna, and I was there. The first year ya 25th, I was in Kenya, nilikuwa hapo. I saw what happened that day. Mi hata sikuwa najua kama kuna kitu imepangwa. Nilifika tu Kenya, nilikuwa naenda maziara zangu. For the people that know in this channel, wanajua nini nilikuwa nimeendea. Was a very personal thing. Lakini kufika huko hivyo nikaambiwa kuna maandamano kesho. Ala, maandamano gani? Nikaenda. And I saw exactly what was happening. Hii kitu ya ukabila imeisha, hata hii kitu ya Wakikuyu, they're just showing it, and that's why the mainstream media ifanyi. What Julia is saying, Julia is trying to tell you guys, the Mount Kenya thing is over. The ukabila thing is over. Why you are seeing Gachagua being vilified by hawa watu wa Mount Kenya wenyewe ndio wanamgonga hao ndio wamevote karibu zote. It's because even Julia will not say it here, but I can say it. Even Julia will tell you that it's over. They don't care if it's we ni mtu yetu ama we Mkamba, we ni mtu yetu. Nobody cares anymore. Imeenda na imeisha na iliisha na imeenda. So ladies and gentlemen, what Julia is trying to tell you guys without saying is that it's over. We cannot, mtu yote anakuja na hii kitu ya kufanya ukabila ati sijui Wakamba oh sijui nini. You're fighting a losing battle. Isha ni imeenda. So when you see the Moraras, the ones that are coming up, those are the people. Kwanza the old nini guards, hiyo imeenda kabisa na imeisha. Even as I finish, Julia, even Gashagwa, no one wants Gashagwa. We're not fighting about Gashagwa being a bad person or being a corrupt person. We are fighting why is he the only one that is getting there? We need to get both of them and all of them that are there. Kuna ingine tulianza kitambo. So it's not about Gashagwa. Gashagwa hakuna mtu amekataa, hata Wakikuyu wote hakuna mtu amekataa Gashagwa ni mtu corrupt, he's a tribalist, hakuna mtu amekataa. Uliza kina Julia watakwambia. No one has refused. Ni ile tu wanasema sasa mtachukua huu peke yake na huo mwingine muache, na huo mwingine pia yuko hivyo. Hakuna mtu amekataa story ya Gachagua. Wakikuyu wenyewe washakubali yes aende, lakini wanasema waende wote wawili bas, cause huu mwingine ndio mkubwa kuliko huyu. Lakini si ati kuliko huyu, lakini wote kama wote wako ni kitu moja, si tukule wote wawili badala ya kula kitu moja. So Wakikuyu si ati wamekataa Gachagua yako hivi, na Wakikuyu hawajatetea by the way Gachagua. Nobody ametetea Gachagua. Mali Gachagua anatetewa ni kwa nini anaenda peke yake, and that's what Kenyans need to know. Thank you, Julia.
Okay, Themba, you have you can rebuttal. Pike naona umeamka, tulikuweka hapo down, ulikuwa umelala. Pike, are you there? Okay, Themba.
Oh, thank you, Julia. You know, I listened to let me start with Julia. I listened to you and I see you are passionate about what you believe in, which is okay. I become more realistic in matters politics. I don't become emotionally pulled with what's going on. So I become more realistic in matters politics. And sometimes my realism may rub you the wrong way, but it is always my choice to focus more on a more realistic. It was in this channel that I said that I think I came here just before the Gen Z thing, and I told you guys that thing will not go anywhere, simply because they were coming out with issues or leaderless or what. An ideology that has no leader cannot be sustained. Then of course I told you guys that what is going to emerge is different kind of leadership centers. Right now, if you listen to Kasmuel, he's busy attacking Morara, that Morara has come and asked for money.
Julia, I know you're about to kick me out here, but I have to ask this question here because Themba is talking and the way he's talking. I want Themba to tell me if it has not gone anywhere. Yes, he said he was not going to go anywhere. Has it not gone anywhere? And Themba, you're my very good friend. Can you tell me that it has not gone anywhere? And can you prove that it has not gone anywhere?
So, you know, you cannot force me to go with what you say, okay? You have what you believe in. Allow me to give my point. So you think it has achieved whatever it is that you think it has achieved. That's okay. But for me, allow me to give my points. You don't have to agree with my points. You believe that it has achieved whatever it is that it has achieved. I have a different view, right? So allow me to give my points. You don't have to force me to believe what you believe. So my submission is this, that when he came here and said that it wasn't going anywhere, it didn't. And some of the leadership, you know, right now you listen to Kasmuel is busy attacking Morara. They're busy attacking each other, basically. Those people who are attending the media most of the time. And before long, they're busy saying Kasmuel has been bought by the government. Those are things that you could see from the word go. When you have a leaderless situation, is likely to bring that. Now, anything in politics does not just happen. You know, it does not just happen. That things happen. Like someone is trying to make us believe that people just went and stormed the parliament, just like that. You know, that's not how politics works. It was immediately after that Gachagua actually went and said that I'm going to talk to them and they're not going to do certain things. And it was immediately after that when Gachagua has been having problems. He has been going around. And one of the, I think this guy called the son to Mpuru Aburi said that we are the ones who organize, and he has been going around with Gachagua. See? So it tells you that even the storming was something that was planned within itself. It didn't just happen. So you guys hold the view that, they stormed parliament, that was a big thing that happened. But there are different stories that probably you guys are refusing to buy in for whatever reason. So I want to believe that, again, Julia, Morara should have stuck to his Vampire Diaries and YouTube things that he was doing. Wading into issues of politics without necessary preparation was a wrong move for him. And that is where he is right now. The things he was trying to do that were basically content creation and doing that and getting following, and that was good things that he was doing. And largely he should have stuck with that. But when he waded into this other and he thought that that had given him some form of popularity, I think there was something wrong with that. Was he doing something good? Yes. I mean, it wasn't something, there's nothing new under the sun. It wasn't something so out of the norm, but it was something that at least he was getting traction for whatever he was doing. He should have stuck with that. And maybe he would have made a name for himself, maybe come next year or something or thereabout, and maybe people would have felt, okay, fine. Now that you're bringing this thing out, would you want to run? But you see right now, 2 years before an election, that's too early to create a narrative and imagine that it's going to get you along the way. On the issue that you are pointing out, that I didn't say Ruto is popular. I didn't say that. You misquoted me. I didn't say people are not going through a tough time. I didn't say that. But can it determine how an election will be held 2 years from? I don't think so. Between now and next year, a lot can happen. So you can't say that just because people are going through that right now, it's going to determine how an election is going to go 2 years before an election. That, in my view, is not how politics works. Politics is very strange. Between now and the time people will be going to a vote, anything can happen between now and then. The person that you think is so unpopular right now, Kenyan voting behavior is very interesting. Very interesting. It might not be what you are thinking. Now, I want to go back to what Makiadi said, that we have Gen Z, I don't know, 5 million. The assumption is that all those Gen Zs, 5 million plus who are going to vote, all of them are against the current regime. That is the assumption, you see? And in my view, I say that's a wrong assumption. You are imagining that the Gen Zs, the 5 million of them, are going to vote against the government. That is not true. And it is what I was saying about what the media might make popular and what might go across across the political analysis. If you can look at it, some of it, sometimes even what the media has reported, like in the US election, the media had given it to Hillary, but she didn't carry it. And several other examples I can be able to point out. So the 5 million voters, if you put a caveat that if they would be voting as a block for a particular candidate, but you are now you are assuming that these people do not have regions where they come from. They do not have certain economic status that define them. They do not have certain other things that are also defining them. But if you look at them, these 5 million, there could be others who are still supporting the regime, you know. So it is not just blanket that because these 5 million people are coming together, then no, they're going to vote for a particular regime. I don't think so. Anything is likely to happen. That's why I am strongly against the idea, like Julia is saying, oh, people are tired with this regime. People are, you know, those tiredness right now cannot determine who is going to be the president in 2027. We are 2 years away. If an election was to be carried out today, maybe you'd say, but that those things pertaining today will determine an election today. But will they be determining an election in 2 years? I don't think so. Is Ruto doing well? No, the regime is not doing well. You know, the things they're coming out with, there are a lot of things that people are not happy about right now. But that cannot determine an election that is going to take place 2 years from now. That is where I disagree with. And I didn't say Ruto is doing well. Is he popular? Obviously, because of what Gachagua has done. I mean, he wouldn't be popular in Mount Kenya area because of the few people who are supporting Gachagua. And that heckling, I don't think it would be meaning a lot if it was coming from another area. But have you seen similar heckling of leaders in other places? We can only say that the heckling would be happening if we picked it in several other places, like there was heckling in Luo Nyanza, there was a funeral, and when people tried reading, the people heckled there also. So, you know, you need to pick sampling. Sampling works in broad. You don't pick a sample out of just one scenario that has taken place and you say, now, this is people are heckling. Heckling happened today, but haven't said that Ruto the regime is doing good. That is not what I've said. I've just described the scenario and given an isolated way in which we can look at it and said, okay, fine, this has happened, but it cannot determine 2027. 2027, the regime has more advantage. Unless another very strong opponent comes up, I haven't seen any other opponent comes in. We tend sometimes to be led by economic reasons when we are choosing our leaders. And these people are more likely to choose the economic reasons. So these leaders know them. They are likely to be given some money. They are likely, even these young people, they are likely to be given some money. They are likely to pick the area that is gonna, you know, rent-seeking behavior that we have, gonna define them in voting when it comes 2027. So far from it, I also don't think that Kebasos, Kasmuels, they had a big political base that could make a difference. I don't think so. And that's why we are seeing what is happening right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Themba. I would disagree with you a lot, but I guess you have a right to your own view. As for and you seem to talk about Mount Kenya region, like, I don't know whether you really have a big base about that they are defying Ruto because of Gachagua. I think you are very wrong on that. Another thing, saying that Gen Z have 5 million votes, Gen Z have their supporters. It is no longer Gen Z matter. We cannot keep saying Gen Z have 5 million votes. I think a lot of us, like myself, I belong to that school of thought. That
Julia,
Gen Z,
did you hear me?
You said Gen Z have 5 million votes, and therefore Gen Z cannot make a difference. Gen Z, I want to tell you, Gen Z are not alone. It is not just a Gen Z issue. It is a Kenyan issue, Themba. It is not it's not like we are seated here saying Gen Z will vote. You are wrong. It's a Kenyan issue. It's not Gen Z issue. It's not like that now tunagoja wapige kura atuwatoe Ruto. No, it's like another thing saying that Mount Kenya hate Ruto because of Gachagua. Why are you talking on behalf of Mount Kenya? I don't think you have a lot of evidence to talk on behalf of Mount Kenya region.
Julia, you know, okay, hold on. Julia, you're not listening to me.
No, you just said that Mount Kenya don't like Ruto.
Hold on. You're quoting No, you are quoting me wrongly. Number one, okay, let me correct before you comment. Number one, it is Makiadi who said that we have almost 5 million. So I was using that number. I don't know how many they are, and I don't know how many they will be by 2027. Okay,
Okay,
that
yes,
having
yes,
said that.
I got you about your 5
Number
million.
two, no, you're not listening. Number two, I said there are people in Mount Kenya who are not happy with the way Gachagua is being impeached. There are people in Mount Kenya, you see? And you cannot rule that out. There are people in Murema, because even he was talking about Murima. So there are these people in Murima who are not happy with the way Gachagua is being impeached. I mean, that's a fact, all right? So you cannot want us not to talk about that and appreciate that within even the time when Gachagua was facing issues and he was just about the impeachment was imminent, he didn't go to Nyanza. Did you see him having a rally anywhere in Western? Did you see him having a rally anywhere in Mombasa?
I get you, but you also
Did you see him having a rally anywhere in Coast?
Remember, you're also not listening.
No. Let me finish, Julia, because now you're misquoting me. I said Gachagua knew his support base, and that's why he only went to Nyandarua, he came to Githurai, then he went to some places in Murima. So there are people in those places who are not happy. Nyandarua, where the thing was taking place, I think Nakuru somewhere in whatever. They were actually addressing the mourners in Kikuyu. You want us not to talk about that?
Okay,
and it is easy for those people to be told, hey, our son, you can easily mobilize them. You can easily tell them that, hey, our son is being treated badly. Can you guys make sure that this person understands that the ground is saying something different? So when someone points that out, you say, I'm speaking for Murima. Not everybody in Murima is supporting Gachagua. But there are people in Murima who believe
Julie,
Gachagua is
I
being
think
treated
there's
badly.
people who have lifted their hands,
Yes,
and then
let me
there's
allow them, but I mean,
there's
Let me finish, then you can continue. Let me finish my point so that I'm not misquoted. So if there are people in Murima, Julia, who support Gachagua, that's a fact. Is everybody supporting him in Murima? No. But there are some people who feel mistreated. The reaction today could have been an expression of that dissatisfaction. You and I may not have the evidence, but we are both hypothesizing. We are giving a hypothesis. In my view, I think that was an expression and they could easily be mobilized. Number one, Gachagua is a tribalist. We all know that. Tribal, ethnic-minded person. And that's why he's been talking about Murima in spite of being a deputy president.
I mean,
Back to Julia. Relax, Bana. Back to Julia.
Demba unajua kona points, anakuwa na points, he's halfway, points zake ziko, lakini tunakubaliana nazo. Lakini Julia, please moderate.
Julia is the moderator. Can you allow Julia to talk? Sasa wewe nyamaza. Julia, back to you.
Pia wewe usiniingilie bwana. Mimi I support my sister.
I was Asante everybody. I was just telling Demba that he's wrong to say that Murima doesn't like Ruto because of Gachagua. That is a very wrong statement and misplaced. The other thing, Gen Z may have 5 million votes, but they have their supporters. There are people who are fed up with Ruto, not just Gen Z. Sasa tuseme kusema tunapanga kura za Gen Z ati zitatoa Ruto aje. That is a very wrong statement too. Yes, Domi, go ahead. Then PK, we are so sorry. I think Domi, take 1 minute. PK has been waiting.
Okay, I think Nani, first of all, Jamba, we have not met for a while, Brother Demba. Now, I'll say this. I think from the word go, it is you who misunderstood Nani. Richie said, these people are 5 million. The Gen Z are 5 million. You cannot wish away that past number. Which means, we are not saying that all the 5 million will put in one basket. But what you're saying is, you cannot wish away that number. That is one. Two, about heckling. I think the reason, I think that's why Julia keeps telling you that you're totally out of touch with the ground. Heckling has been there even in I think it was in Nyandarua. Ruto was heckled. He has been heckled somewhere. I think it was in Nauru. Heckling has been there.
Now mention heckling.
Listen them, listen kwanza.
You are mentioning
Sikiza kwanza.
Nyandarua, Nyahururu. Mention Mombasa.
Sikiza kwanza. You are not listening. Heckling was there in Western. Heckling was there even in Eldoret. Yeah? Yes. Heckling has been there all over the country. I don't know what you're talking about. I expect better one. Please, first of all, find out, check around first. As we are talking now, the issue about Ruto has been heckled everywhere. The only place he was not heckled is Nyanza. And everybody knows why. And in Nyanza, it does not also mean they are all in support of him. Nyanza have been, those people are just very smart, that so many times hata wakati ya Uhuru, they did not heckle Uhuru. Aliogopa lakini they did not heckle. Hawakumheckle. They are just so smart in that way. As long as they are getting what you are telling them, utawaambia na they will not heckle. But they will, after giving them, wakati ya Uhuru sikulikuwa kunajengwa. Hata nini, wakati ya Uhuru, wakati tulikuwa tunasema, wakati tulikuwa tunaona Uhuru ni mbaya, kulikuwa kunajengwa. That is what they want. But once they are finished with you, they will leave you out. That one I've seen it. Okay, somehow I've lived in Nyanza, I've seen things happen. So in reality, I'll tell you this reality, Nani, brother. Kenya is out with Ruto by very far. Okay.
Asante Domi, well umetoka Western, hujatoka Mount Kenya region, so I hope Bemba is aware of that. Stone PK, karibu.
Thank you. Thank you, Julia. I've been listening. And it's shocking. But again, it's not shocking to have people have different opinions, the way they look at things. But one of the things, I have a friend who called me 2 weeks ago. Akaniambia, ai, nyinyi watu wa majuu, enyewe mnaishi majuu. Then I asked him, ala, kwani unasemaje? Akasema, enyewe kuishi majuu ni juu kweli. Anasikizanga hii programu yetu na space na let me tell you, alinieleza kwamba some of the things we say are so odd, they are so disoriented because you see, aliniambia watu wa majuu mnafikiria mnajua, but we are so off like unakuta mtu alitoka Kenya 10 years ago ama 15 years ago, what you rely on is clip, nothing else. Unakuta you really have very little about the country. Like even me, when I listen to some of us, we talk about elections, talk about politics, unasikia tu ni vile uwezi ambia mtu kwamba you know nothing, or you know only maybe out of 10 to 3%. And especially when we come to desk analysis, you know, desk analysis in a life, Anna. When I talk about desk analysis, is that huyu jamaa aliniambia the way the situation is in Kenya, akisikiza watu wa majuu, hatujui, we don't know what is going on. Kabisa, we really don't know what is going on. Number one, because zile media watu wana rely azisemi huwezi jua. So until you are on the ground, ujue uone vile iko kama hivyo. Enema amesema there is a this tour of Kigali, I mean Kigali Teachers College. Ruto was supposed to go there, but unless you have people on the ground to tell you exactly what has happened, utambua tu it was postponed and all that and all this. Ukiambiwa saa hii Ruto hawezi toka State House, akitoka State House anaenda ni kama mbwa imenyeshewa ama mbwa jizi. You can't know when you are in the US or in the UK and all that. Ukiambiwa situation is bad in Kenya, utasema tu siasa. When you are told that politicians now they cannot move around freely, the so-called politicians as of now, huwezi jua. Ukiambiwa wengine wanaenda na maprobox wamejificha, you can't mtu huwezi jua, which is true. We are so disoriented when we are out here, and the only thing we can give is theoretical analysis. The truth of the matter is, if you have people to tell you exactly, unaambua mtu mimi nilikuwa na patient ameenda hivi akufanya hivi kaenda hivi, mimi nimelala njaa and all this. It's like I always say, mtu hajawahi lala njaa juu njaa ni nini. Hata ukimwambia watu wanalala njaa, I had a friend of mine who never ever in his life hajawahi kulala njaa. So ukienda umwambie mazee mtu fulani analala njaa, anasema tu yeah, I can imagine, I can only imagine, I've never felt it. So the same thing with politics. You know, most of us have never participated in politics 100%. Tunajiwekelea tu because of where we are, you know, tunajaribu analyze based on theories, because like when I hear people saying na jana pia ilikuwa politics ya Kenya is still siasa ni ile, things happen for a purpose, and all those are theories zile watu wamesoma kwa political science. But the trajectory that Kenya has taken, it's something very scary. Something very scary. Very scary that imeswallow people like Vigogo, akina Raila, they are gone, they are finished, dead completely. But fanatics, wale watu wana believe in them, they will still tell you, oh, Raila is playing in politics, jui nini. The Luo Nyanza is finished in terms of ODM. They are gone. And they are simply gone because they have participated with the murderers. Period. Utasema siasa nini na nini. Nobody, in fact, ODM itabaki ya Wajaluo wa hapo, that area, not the regional as it used to be. What's still, party politics in Kenya is dead. Anybody else coming into power will demolish stories of the party politics. That is the discussion people are having now. People are thinking of very devastating measures that will be taken. But you see, tukikaa hapa na matheory tunafikiria 2027 it will be business as usual. Kenya business it's totally, it has gone haywire, and we are at the verge of breaking. In fact, Kenya could disintegrate so fast that tutakuwa hapa kwa TV tukiulizana kwani ni nini kinatupiga. Yeah, because the boiling that is happening, the volcano that is building, and yet we are burying our heads in the sand. Yeah, like Raila. I always keep talking about Raila because that's where most people had laid their hope, thinking that he was the best of the best, you know, deciding to whatever reason he had, I always say whatever reason he had, it could not have been to join Ruto or to protect Ruto from being flushed out of that country by the movement. That is suicidal. Okay, that is suicidal. Let's hope he gets that seat aende akakae Addis Ababa. Otherwise, he's done. He's gone. And so to those people that he has gone with. So that is one of the very, 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 very drastic change that has happened. But denials are still there with so many people. The ODM followers still have they are in denial. They think that Raila kuja sahi aende pale Kamkunji atapakuwa na Wajaluo wake tu, because of course Luo think like they are in the government, serikali inakuwa mbaya tu when you are not in. Look at those kind of statements. And you expect to tell me that ati Ruto ataenda campaign around that is for 2027 and people will win. Of course, you'll have people traveling by bus. You take small crowd here and there. But it is what? We are only praying that that splint will not light the fire that we expect. We just hope people will be a little bit sober. They get rid, like the way Jerry Rawlings got rid of the rot, isiumize wale wengine, because I can say it on this TV. That is what is happening. That is what is going to happen. The fire, the boiling, the magma that is boiling will be a volcano very soon and very soon. So for me, I'm not looking at Kenya anymore in terms of normal politics. It's not politics. It's a matter of life and death now. Nobody is sitting anywhere to decide that unajua siasa tufanye hivi, Machiavelli alifanya hivi na nini. The revelation that has come is heavy. And yesterday in my submission, when Barad was moderating, I brought in the issue of people. If people are spiritual, they turn to some God somewhere, some supernatural power somewhere to be able to intervene. Because what is about ongea hivi. Let me pause there. Naona akina nani wamekuja. Julia.
Yes, akina Nguru wametokelezea. Yes, thank you, PK. I guess it's high time we stay in touch. Personally, I know people are so mad. It no longer matters walikuwa chama ya udaku ama ODM ama Jubilee ama what. It's just like they are mad. They are mad, and that is why people are following even young people like Morales, like wakina Morara wanaanza kumshangilia kwa sababu they just want someone who they think they can trust. Then let me allow Guru to talk, then you come in so that we don't keep him. You come in. Yes, Guru. Guru, karibu na utuambie ulipotelea wapi na jogo, kama ulikula jogo. Ile jogo yako. Na ulituambia tutakula. Guru, what are you doing? Do you want me to unmute you? Aya, ongea sa unmute.
I'm okay now.
Yes.
Kwanza nawasalimia nyote. Julia, it's been a long time. Stone PK, the man from Roko family, or is it Roko backyard? Demba, Richie, Domi, na Kenyan in love. Now, I want to attack this matter from two sides. Number one, there is a Gema question in the whole mix. There has been this perception that this government belongs to them, and rightfully so, because actually the truth is that they gave nearly 50% of the votes that propelled this man to the win, in quotes, came from those communities. And the contending side was led by Raila Amolo Odinga, and the understanding of the Gema people, it is like when they get, we lose. And that's where William Ruto comes in. I always thought that that is a game Ruto will play, that of positioning himself between the Ruo and the Kikuyu, Ruo representing a block of other communities that align with them, and then Gema, and plays in between, and it becomes like that girl who is who has several suitors, at least two very vicious ones. I don't know whether it will work, but what happened after he assimilated part of the ODM into the government and the reaction therein was a clear message that was being sent to the people of Central, or so they feel, that we've arrived to eat your dinner. Now, those are the kind of tribal politics that have been played in this country for very many years by nearly all the presidents, including President Daniel Toroitich arap Moi. And as to whether they are going to affect the next elections, we can only speculate. However, there is a Gen Z factor. This factor is a very scary one, because you can obviously see concerted efforts by those who are traditional politicians trying to infiltrate and actually frustrate this youthful movement that is swelling underneath. You saw the kind of treatment that was given to Kepaso Morara. You see the kind of infiltration and influence that the rights of Casamuel is being done, but subtly, in a manner that the young man cannot understand, and many other things that are happening. So, first of all, those who have relied on the traditional ways of getting to power through ethnic balkanization are actually scared across the political board, whether in Mount Kenya or in Western or in the coast, because they do not know how they will control that factor. And that factor could affect the elections to a certain extent, that it may destabilize the kind of patterns that we have currently. What we do not know is how far are the youth who have been bought into this new movement of tribalists will go. And for that matter, we may not tell what percentage of our elections going forward is going to be affected by that Gen Z factor, which, if it gets to about 30, 40, 50%, you can be sure that Kenyan politics will not be the same again. Now, what is happening is that, like Stone PK said, it is possible for people to lose touch with the reality. The media is part of us. Unfortunately also, this is a government that came to power through use of a lot of propaganda, and they know how to use the media to suppress it here and there, and then also activate it elsewhere. Today, I can tell you that the heckling has been there for quite a long time, for quite some time, but most of those things have been papered over, and sometimes you can only get them through a citizen who was present and puts it in a YouTube. But in mainstream media, you hardly see such scenes. But now it reaches a point where even the pregnant mother, the pregnancy cannot be hidden anymore. And that is the point at which we are. I can tell you this, Julia, your community is furious. I am telling you, the last time that fury was registered in Mount Kenya was at the time when the rights of Matiba and Rubia were starting to agitate for multipartyism. And there is no one time the Gema community have felt so much under siege, perhaps even more than the Moi time. And you know, if you have looked at the patterns of the people in Mount Kenya, they normally do not react by heckling. In fact, during Moi's time, people would just attend rally, quietly listen, and walk away. And they have done that for quite some time now, for the last 2 years. but it's reached now the boiling point. When you see a Kikuyu heckling, especially old women, you know that that government has come. They are done. They are done with it, and no amount of sweet talking can change their thinking, because so far they think the government does not work for them, does not intend to work for them. They are just trying to survive. And there are reasons why they have taken that stand. Today, if you have a sick person, you either have to sell something to take that person to hospital, and if you have a child who is going to the university, you have to sell something or call for a small mini arambi to get that child to enter the university, and many other things. The roads that were left at the level that the last regime was constructing have not moved an inch. So generally, even the few indicators that the government is working is not there. Even what was working has collapsed. In fact, people have become so much used to NHIF that they would ask each other across the village, have you enrolled with NHIF? But now, things have taken a different turn, that even that can does not matter anymore. So there is a lot of bitterness, so much bitterness. And then the businesses are doing so badly because people have no money. You know, the small businesses depend on the disposable income that is in the pockets of the people. There's no money. Hakuna pesa. So even saying that, like now they have just said that all the transactions made through M-Pesa, pay bill, and the rest will become ETRs from 24th. Is it 24th, 25th? So you can see the Christmas that is being handed to Kenyans. These are things that are increasing the anger. But you see what? Our politicians are funny. Ruto and his clique thinks this is an ethnic issue, that they will now go to Nyanza and, Ruhiarand and tell them these are just boastful Kikuyus who just cannot appreciate what the government has done for them. That is precisely why there is no attempt to answer to the kind of grievances that were brought forth by the Gen Zs. It was quickly reduced into the tripod divide that has always existed in the country. So I don't know, but I can tell you this for a fact. Like Stone said, there is a growing revolutionary group within and across the country of youthful people that is scaring the traditional political personalities, including even Raila Amolo Odinga, the likes of Ruto and the rest, that they do not know what will happen in the next general elections. Thank you.
And that is why I totally believe that a lot of people, especially from the ODM, are quick to fight someone like Murara. And poor young man, he's still young. He hasn't even, he's yet to be a force to be fought. So I don't know why people should be fighting him in the media. I've seen all the bloggers, especially those who previously supported Azimio, they will pick up everything they think is negative about Murara. And like when he said that he's made some ironic statement and said that he's inviting Gachagua for a talk. Now they were there blowing it like Murara is now on the side of Gachagua. So it is just because they feel he's a challenge and he's kind of coming up to offer an alternative to probably Raila Odinga. But yet I don't think that Murara amefika hapo. However, he's getting somewhere according to me, and that he's offering solutions that Kenyans, he's talking about what Kenyans need to know. He's providing civic education. That is my take. So he's playing a part. He's doing what I am not doing. So I appreciate what he's doing. Okay. because I have not been there giving civic education, then I can say that he's doing it better. So thank you, Guru. I guess our time is up. This we are hapa watu watakana kuwa melala Nguru. Let's do one round now to keep up. We can talk about our closing remarks. We start from Makiadi, twende Domi, then we'll come to you as you do your closing remarks. That we just wind up.
Can I just rebut? Then now we start doing our closing remarks.
Maybe you rebut and do your closing remark.
Okay, fine. Let me rebut and do my closing remarks. Number one, I don't think it's in my view, I don't think it's appropriate to suggest that because we speak from a point of lack of knowledge. When I don't know what you know, it doesn't mean that I don't know. You have your way of getting information, and for that reason, you respect your knowledge because that is what you've gotten. It doesn't mean that you know better than everybody else. You know, this suggestion, especially by Stone PK, that if people speak, you go ahead to give a hypothesis that this is what is going to happen. That's a theory by itself. But you are tarnishing the rest. You're thinking that because they haven't, you know, do not have access to information that you know, so them they know nothing. I don't think that's how analysis work. Analysis works, you posit your views and you give it with the backing evidence that you think that is where it is going to go. It doesn't mean the other person doesn't know anything. All of us will sit here in 2027. Then whatever it is that will have happened, we'll sit to analyze. Your position or whatever it is that you say might be true. You know, that's now where we are talking out of this was true, this was not true. Just like those people who come and say that those people who predict the weather and they say that it's going to rain tomorrow, they are relying on previous patterns. But does it mean that it is going to rain? I mean, is it exact? Like they say, the map is not the place. You might have a map, but it is not the place. You might have a practice that has been happening, but it does not mean that that is exactly what is going to happen. So we come here to give analysis, not because we know everything that everybody else knows, but out of what we think is going to happen, this is what we say. We respect everybody with what they say. You think that is the position and what is going to happen, that's fine. The other person also, we are not completely out of touch with Kenyans. We have people we talk to. We have information even from that ground, you say. And even you don't have to be everywhere to know. Even some of you know where Trump is, but you're not with him every day. So there's a way that all of us source information. So appreciating that all of us will have our views about something, and we all don't have to agree when we come here. I don't have to agree with you, Julia, but I have to respect what you've said. That is your view. I don't have to accept Morara just because you have accepted him. And I don't have to accept the other person. We just respect those differences. You respect the other person's view that this is what they believe. That's how debate works. Debate doesn't work on superior and inferior. After all, there's no requirement that we come here with a superiority complex or someone who knows. Otherwise, we'll go. It's in a sermon where the pastor preaches and all of us are supposed to be quiet and just listen. Here, you give your view based on what you think. The other person gives their view based on what they think. They're not lesser than you. You're not higher than them. Do we know more than any other person? No, we don't know. You are exposed to a certain level of information. That's you. The other person is also exposed to a certain level of information. That's them. All this will come and be confirmed when election happens in 2027. Is will say, oh, this analysis was right. This one was not right. But I think, having said that, we are at a situation where our governance processes are going through certain kind of transitions, right? And realities are coming in. I still don't see some of the forces people are saying, oh, this is happening. If it is going to determine 2027, I still don't know. And we can't tell. Politically, it's still too early to imagine that those things pertaining right now can determine the voting patterns in 2027. It's a long time. It's a long period. Anything can happen between now and 2027, where many things can change. And also something else can happen. There's what Guru is saying, the Gen Z thing. If they do not come with a viable candidate, I still don't see how that will change the system as it is. In situations where such a mess has happened and has changed or even tipped the status quo, there has always been a certain force, a certain person who carries that. I don't see that. As at now, it hasn't emerged yet. If it will emerge, we'll see as we get there. But as the Guru has said, the central people are upset. The actions have upset them. And that's why the heckling today. I didn't say heckling has not happened yesterday, like Domi was saying, heckling has always been happening. Indeed, it was happening. Indeed, that was happening and led even up to the time. But today happening, and then we pick that as an indication that people are not satisfied. Generally, I don't think so. It's a central because of what is happening to their son. Other than that, we are here to learn from each other and learn from what we don't come here because we know. We come here to learn, to give what we think is happening. We don't come here because we are better than anybody else. And we don't give exactitude. We give estimation and hypothesis of what we think is going to happen. That's the good thing about debate and analysis. And we don't have to agree with you, Julia. I don't have to agree with your view. It doesn't mean I don't know. You don't know when I was in Kenya. You don't know if I talk to, I have people, I have relatives. I have many people in Kenya who give me information across board. But my information I have might not be the information you have. Sometimes what I want to hear is not what you want to hear. And what you want to hear is not what I want to hear. So that will always be diverse, but we respect people's views as they come. Thank you so much. And see you again in our next debate. Over to you, Makiadi.
Yes, Makiadi, endelea. Thank you, Demba.
Before even Demba drops off, let me just make my remarks, and I think one of them will be to rebut what he said earlier. There's a friend of ours watching here in the comment section called Putin who asked us, why don't we support Morara? My answer to him would be, does Morara have the machinery? Because politics is about having a robust machinery. If you do not have a machinery that can propel your campaign across the country, for you to gain or to gather 25% of the votes from all the counties, then you cannot be a president. So perhaps going back to what Ndemba said, maybe Morara is just a president for social media, not putting down or trying to belittle what he's doing. He's doing a good job, but being a president also comes with a lot of skimming. And I think from what we have seen in Kenyan politics, perhaps skimming is more for you to, be able to become a president. Now, the Gen Z in Demba, I still go back to the number we talked about, the roughly 5 million. I think Nomi put it well. I tried to look for the best language to articulate that, but I think the Gen Z number cannot be wished away. Majority of the people who voted for William Ruto, I can say a bigger percentage were the youth. Unfortunately, the numbers that we see right now with the Gen Z, most of them will tell you they never voted in 2020 elections. And if we are going to have a fair election in Kenya, then I'm very sure this is a lot that is well informed. If you listen to the way they talk about issues, if you have a chance to listen to the forums that they have, these are not people you can wish away easily because they understand their rights, they know what they want, and they know how to get it. Just because they never succeeded in getting William Ruto out of office does not mean that they will stop or they have stopped or they have changed course. I believe time will be the judge, and when it comes to the best time for them to do it, they'll take that opportunity and seize it. Whether it means by vote, whether it means by any other constitution means, like Julia wants us also to refer to, they'll take that opportunity and use it. Mount Kenya politics, let us agree, Guru. Let us agree here. I know you guys are, observers. You know what is happening on the ground. Let us agree that Mount Kenya politics has been totally disoriented, and it's going to take decades for the Mrima nation to come together again. Simply because the person that has studied how Mount Kenya votes, how Mount Kenya is aligned, went in there, embedded himself into the system, into the Mount Kenya political system, and destroyed it from within. The people that used to tell us that Ruto ni mwizi wetu, wacha tutampigia kura. Now he came into that system and destroyed it. And now that is why you can see people that are fighting Gachagua are people from Mount Kenya. So you cannot blame anybody else from outside. He has used people from within to fight the political class. And remember, we go back to the Jubilee nominations, whereby William Ruto took an opportunity to destroy all the so-called strong political leaders in Mount Kenya. And by doing that, he began the long journey of transforming how you can control the political class in Mount Kenya. Right now, most MPs, even if you ask them, they will tell you the reason why they're in parliament is simply because they were UDA aspirants. And I remember even one MP said, her allegiance is not to the people. Her allegiance is to the party, simply because by virtue of being a UDA member, she was able to go to parliament. So this is going to be a long, rough, organization for Mount Kenya to go back to where it was. Like Demba said, the 2.5 years that are remaining in Kenya is quite a long time. They say one day in politics is a very long time. And I also believe that between now and 2027, anything can happen. Anything can happen. Just like Gachagua was planning for 2027 as a DP, he has realized also that anything can happen. Today you have power, tomorrow you are nobody. So let us also, as we analyze the situation in the political arena in Kenya, agree that politicians are also self-preservative. They look ahead. They look ahead at what they will want to have or to be in future. And I believe even William Ruto understands that he is not. He has lost support on the ground, and he also will try to preserve his grip in the political leadership. For ODM, I don't know you guys. I tend to disagree with the people that are saying ODM is a shell. I tend to disagree because from where I sit, you cannot wish away the support that ODM has. It might have reduced, but let me tell you, ODM is still a political strong party in Kenya. It's still strong. It has members. It has adherents. I saw somebody in the comment section saying it's like the Republicans and the GOP. You know, they still conservatism and the Republicans they flow together, and so Raila Odinga made sure that even as he departs, whether he wins the AU chair or not, he has positioned his party to a situation whereby they will be at the bargaining table. So come 2027, ODM is going to have a say, whether you like it or not, in who is going to be the president. But my greatest concern as a country is if we can be able to do away with the tribal politics, of which Gen Z was trying very much to do. then we can have a country that not only aligns to our deals, but aligns to policies that we can look at to develop our country in future. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Makedi. Well put. If we can be able to do away with the tribal politics, and I think that's where Jay-Z is taking us. I have faith they're gonna succeed. Yes, Domi.
Okay. Again, there is something that our brother Demba has said that I think we also need to. I may agree partly, but I don't think I agree with him 100%. Saying that okay, there is an assumption that my opinion may remain my opinion, another person's opinion may be his opinion. But I think as we are here, what we do is like there is a river. There is a river that we are trying to at least to tap in so that we get the most appropriate right place. Okay, I'm assuming this river probably can be called river right. So we think and discuss on how we get to this river. So my opinion, our opinion should be working towards getting in this river right, because that is where we are supposed to be. But if my opinion remains my opinion and another person's opinion remains his opinion, there is no need of discussing. That's my opinion. Now, about, I'll say something also about somebody talked of some spiritual whatever. I'm sorry also to believe that Ruto could be using some spiritual manipulation. I'm not saying we are going to base everything on that. But the reason as to why I'm saying that is anybody that drinks his soup, brain goes flat. I can't understand how. Whoever drinks the soup of Ruto, akili inaenda flat. I don't think it's about money only. Well, money is not the only thing. I think it's beyond money. That's my opinion. But if it's not money, if it's money, then I think pahali penye tumefika, we have valued money too much, more than what we need to. I'll give you an example of ile wakati there was a time when you used to take, like, when you are called a millionaire, you are a great person. Apparently right now as we are talking, at least you can see people, even people may be poor, but I'll say almost a half of the nation, people are millionaires. The whole reason is there is always inflation, and the way you are going to take the nation, the way people take their nation is what will make the future. And the future of the nation is more important than what I get today. That is why we could say, okay, right now anyway, everybody probably is getting a daily bread. Everybody is getting, like, every one of us in this panel, everybody is getting a daily bread, at least you're taking your children to school. But we are thinking of the nation more than that. And probably some of us, mtu akikuja akikuwekea gani kwa kichwa kuambia, now, are you going to talk about are you going to stop talking about Ruto or we shoot you? I'll gladly say that afadhali unipige risasi nikufe than watch Ruto do whatever he does. Watch Ruto mess the whole nation. I think the focus of the nation has just gone bad. That is why you see MPs, mtu analipwa some money, just paid some money so that he forgets about what is important for Kenyans, but he's going just for removing Gachagua as the main thing, as if removing Gachagua will put food on the table of Kenyans. That's crazy. We should get to a point whereby at least Kenyans should value their lives more than valuing just money. Somebody comes to distribute money and everybody is following him. Anakuja kuwadanganya. In fact, hii kuja kwa Ruto, it was just distributing money and telling people money will be in your pocket. Somebody is talking about money will be in their pocket and is not thinking about tomorrow. Okay, this money, huyu mtu anapata wapi pesa? Kesha ataipata. Hiyo pesa yenye anataka kugawanisha watu, is he going to get it tomorrow? Forgetting that money is distributing belongs to them, ni tax yao. So somebody overtaxes you and gives you money. It doesn't make sense. So until that time, Kenyans will start making sense of what is important to them than just getting the financial or whatever I call the financial gain of today. Now I'll talk about Morara. Morara is a great potential. I may say that. It's a great potential. Somebody said about focus. I think on this one, I agree with Themba, saying that I think Morara would have focused on the whatever that vampire, whatever, exposing mambo ya Ruto or exposing the nini than focusing on politics. Right now, it's not yet. And I'll say this. Sorry if there is anybody who will disagree with me. That's your opinion. But I will say this. At this point, Morara is totally not yet ripe. We need, for a leader, for example, somebody going for a top position. Those people who are saying that we need to support Morara probably for the top position. We really, at this point, bada tuji Morara bwana. We don't know him. People rise like that at aongea hivyo. We need first of all aingie pale like an MP, apewe pesa, ahongwe na pesa, aikatae. Awe threatened, akatae. Apewe whatever, even if asijui kama CDF itakuwa ama itakuwa whatever, apewe CDF aitumie vizuri. Apewe position of nini. We see how he's going to fight corruption. Ndiye ameiongelea. We see him do. It is when we can say now he's ripe. But our they have a potential. We support them. But they are not yet there. We will need them to get somewhere. We see them work and observe the way they handle people. Some people are there, unapata ndiye anaongea vizuri. Like recently, I was so disappointed with Kasmuel. Anaambia watu that he saw Morara being beaten, he failed to comment about it. And if they are saying, I owe nobody an apology, now you are being arrogant before people. Really? Okay, you don't have to apologize anyway, but at least realize that you also made a mistake. You cannot be there addressing people and you have seen an injustice happen and you don't comment about it and expect that people will be okay with you. No. We have to see them. Aingie kwa ofisi, we prove him that he is just a good person or an effective person. There are people who are just good. He will be just be a good man. Anakuwa mzuri kama Mudavadi. He just be a good man. Okay, he's just a good man. But he cannot do anything. There are people who are like that. So these young people, they need to be groomed. They go up. At least me naweza sema nani Morara apewe kama MP or MCA. We see him work. Then from there probably we can consider. Okay, that's my opinion.
Thank you, Domi. Guru?
Ni mimi, Julia.
Ama Guru, Guru goja kwanza nani aongee msimamo.
Oh, msimamo
Yeah, msimamo. Msimamo. Kunaendaje kwa msimamo? Msimamo hapo kuna kelele mingi.
I think he's having a problem with unmuting also.
Go ahead.
Yes. Msimamo hapo kwako kuna kelele mingi. Pengine
Mimi ni nyama unanikula.
hapo kuna kelele mingi na kuna watu wanagombana hapo msimamo.
Ni kama ako kwa hoteli ama nini? Usonge ndugu.
Kuna watu wanagombana hapo, tunasikia kelele.
But unanipata sasa?
Tunakupata sasa, endelea.
Sawa. Unajua nilikuwa najaribu huku upande wangu lakini na bado iko mute, ndio maana kwa nashangaa. Otherwise mko poa, Julia, Rich, Temba na ndugu yangu hapa. I hope mko poa. Na mimi napike. Niko mahali kidogo tu kuna meeting lakini sijaingia kwa meeting, ndio maana nikakuta mko hapa. Isitoshe pia kuna mvua. Kwa hiyo langu tu la haraka ni kwamba hapa tunachezeshwa tu, ama acha tu niangalie mahali poa. Wachagua aendelee, acha nitoke hapa niangalie mahali poa. Sitaki kuiharibu hii video.
Sasa msimamo. Nguru.
Upande wako nani?
Asante. I want to make a rebuttal on Makiadi. And I do acknowledge that the fact that he says someone came to our backyard and infiltrated and produced for us a set of leaders that you'd control. That's a fact. But let me tell you, Makiandi, and I want you to listen to me very well. This is a community that is very alert, and now they know the mistake, and the discussions are so deep you cannot imagine. First of all, UDA is a dead party in Gema region. There is a talk that was the one big mistake that the Gema communities made. They must have their own party. Whether you call it tribal, doesn't matter. Kila mtu ana kwao. That they are saying. And I told Julia in this forum some time back to take a pen and a paper and write that Gema will have their own party. The other thing I want to make you aware is that there is no vacuum in Mount Kenya region leadership. The only thing that has been there has been people contending for the overall political leadership, whether elected or not. You heard the other day, Rigathi Gachagua actually acknowledged that Uhuru is the undisputed political kingpin of the Mount Kenya region. That's a fact. And did not say that out of vacuum. He said it because that's what even the intelligence knows. In fact, if there is one person that is most feared in the next elections, it is one Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. I can also tell you this for a fact. The MPs who have not been consistent in what the thinking of the community is, they are actually cementing their political epitaph. They are going home. The other fact that you may not know is that the pattern in this community is that once they are done with you, they close their windows and doors. They can't listen to you anymore. And that happened to Uhuru before the 2022 elections. It is happening to Ruto now. He is not going to find words to convince this community. And that's a fact. So don't say that the 3 years are too many. These are people, once they make a decision, and that's it. No amount of sweet talking can change their thinking. And that has been their pattern. It may be a weakness, but that's the way they are. Unfortunately, right now, they know that Rigathi is being got out of the government just when Raila has come in. So that makes a complete break from Ruto. They hated Uhuru for bringing Raila to Mount Kenya. Unfortunately, I voted for Raila myself, and about 1 million other Kikuyus and Mount Kenya did so. And these people have now found themselves somewhere trapped because they are insulted on this side and insulted on the other side. So what I was saying is this: the level to which the Gen Z will affect the voting patterns in the next elections is not known. But what is known is that the final, what I would call the divorce papers may be signed this coming week. Not so because Gachagua will be the main man. No. It's just a representation of what the community is feeling as on being misused by someone who cleverly came and did what he did, and they are going to show their might in the next elections. In fact, I fear that the next elections could be the most tribal if the Gen Z factor does not work. That it's going to be a kind of what would I call? Now, look at it this way. In 2007, Raila said that elections were stolen, which many believe so, but they claim that about 300,000 votes were tampered with, which meant Raila lose elections. Can you imagine if Kalonzo Musyoka went in either way, supported either Raila or Kibaki? There would have been no contestation. So there is much more in this politics that we are playing that could come in. And you know what? When you are running away from danger, you can hold to whatever leaf that is there. I am seeing Kalonzo perhaps being the greatest beneficiary of what is happening today to the Mount Kenya region. And they will do and go out of their way in whatever way that they can to get out of the situation that they feel is what we call the siege mentality, rightfully or wrongly. That's the way it is. Thank you.
Wow, Guru, thank you for that. Msimamo umerudi. Guru, okay.
Msimamo ameshinda.
Msimamo sijui nani unajua ule msemo ukishikwa shikamana.
Shikamana.
Sijui kama ameshikamana. Je, msimamo
Msimamo
umeshikamana?
vipi utaweza?
Julia,
Yeah.
some of us want to drop off, but we don't want to leave you alone.
Thank you so much. I think we are just waiting na msimamo amepotea. Stone PK, malizia tumalizia Themba Kalale.
Haya, asante. Wacha nianze na hiyo axis nani ameleta Bwana Guru. Yeah, there is a lot of dynamism that will be in play, but in my own opinion, we may not get there. That's my very strong belief, based on experience and what I'm hearing, and even being confirmed by by Guru. You see, in my earlier submission when Bernard was there, I think, I submitted and I tried to explain to the audience that you can never wish away Mlima Kenya. Mlima Kenya is what Guru has called Gema. You can't wish them away, despite their mistakes, they are all that. And I said they are always the biggest mistake maker. They are blundered all through since independence. They are fond of blundering. They've made blunders, and I articulated the blunders. These are facts. They blundered after independence with Jomo Kenyatta. The blunders were so serious that they are the ones that have sowed seeds of discord in the country Kenya, meaning the foundation was badly laid, and it was badly laid by the Gema, by the leadership of Gema. And how was it badly laid? It was badly laid because of the selfishness nature. Okay, selfishness nature, which is even found in the way they discuss, the way they talk, the arrogance and all that. Fast forward, repeatedly, even sometimes denying, losing very good leadership because of some silly, I would call them some silly bitterness or fights. For example, Moi becoming the president for 24 years simply because the Mulima had their own infighting. How can you have a president with 36% of population, and yet you had some brilliant leaders from your community, and just because you have your own divisions by rivers, you lose, and you let a thug, a dictator, rule you for 24 years. So most of the suffering in this country has come as a result of blunders and Mlima. But again, it comes a time when people realize, and it comes a time when people face reality, self-confession, which has happened now. Anytime you talk to Mlima waambie nyinyi ndio mmekosi hii, wanasema it is true, ni sisi. And in Catholic, we have confession, and in the mass also we have a prayer that we say, before everything goes on. Huwa tunatubu dhambi na tunasema ni makosa yangu, ni makosa yangu. So Mlima or Gema has now confessed. They have accepted, they have faced the truth that they are the biggest problem why Kenya is the way it is. Having said that, as I said, this is the time and the period of revolution. It is revelation and revolution. The unbelievable it's going to happen. They have accepted. So you should expect the unexpected coming very soon. Guru, you've said it very correctly that now we will go deeper into tribal. This anybody can take it to any bank. The issue of tribalists and this that will come after several decades. It would have happened had this activity, the revolution, if it took place on 25th of June, was it June or July, the day the parliament was stormed. If there was that revolution, if Ruto had been uprooted out of the country, he flees out, then the mix with the Gen Z and everybody else would have forced that paradigm change into where now people would begin through fire to stop looking at things in a tribal manner. But now, because that does not take place, what is going to happen will have to be gradual. And God forbid that we don't have to go for elections in 2027, because if we stay until 2027, Kenya will be more tribal than it was in 1963. Luos will gang with Kalenjin, so it will be Luo-Kalenjin axis. That I can say with all authority. Okay, to be Raila and Ruto, Kalenjin and Luos, which will be Nilots forming, and then the rest will form themselves, either Bantus and all that, which will be one of the most unfortunate thing after 62 years of independence. But what will force us there? It's because of the blunders that have happened by the Railas, the Rutos, and all that. For me, that is inevitable. It will be one of the worst tribal groupings that will happen. Then you will have two strong opposing forces, but they will be on that tribal line. And more or less what happens or what is happening in Uganda. But in Uganda, you have to study them very closely to understand their tribal formation. Then, but I'm praying that we don't have to go till 2027, that something happens so that we can shortchange that. Lastly, let me talk about these upcoming activists, political activists. I mean, Kenyans are panicking and preempting very simple things. Someone like Morara, it's hardly 2-3, I mean, I think not more than 5 months of him doing what he was doing, exposing the vampire thing. Then people started, this. Morara is 28 years old. If we were to go for election by 2027, he will be only what? He'll be only 30 years old. Is that threshold for a presidential candidate? So it is people who are trying to just tarnish Morara. What Morara is doing is good.
They removed the age thing, eh?
Sorry?
Stone. They removed the 35-year age limit, eh?
So anybody can contest?
Yeah, they removed the
Yes,
age.
as long as you are 18 and above.
Okay, that's all right. But that notwithstanding, I think through any normal way, any normal routine, we should leave people to play. Let people popularize themselves. Even me, I'm going soon, and I'll start doing something, to popularize myself. Somebody else. Let's have as many people as possible presenting themselves.
So
I
what
will
are you
not
going for?
start at this time.
Hold on right there.
Begin to say I cannot see the leaders. I cannot see this. By the way,
Stone, hold on.
Yeah.
What are you going for?
Sorry.
What are you going for?
I can go for anything, even a cattle dip chairman.
Wesema kama na governor useme.
No. For me, I don't. I mean, I'll go for what I've been going for. Yeah, but that time will come. I mean, the time has not come yet. Yeah. So I was saying that let's have as many people as possible, coming, exposing themselves. Hata hii kitu unaonanga mtu kusimama kuongelesha watu, you have to do practice. eh? So and even the Gen Z themselves already walikuwa wanasema there are people they are eyeing people like they are looking at people like akina Omtata. We have a lot of leaders, and I find it very interesting when watu mnasema ati oh you don't see forces that are coming. Oh my God, there are so many leaders. If elections were to be held properly and votes are counted, like we've always lost very good leaders through this rigging. We have millions of leaders, fantastic people who are performers in their own right in wherever they play. Personally, because I've been involved, I know so many, like in ODM where I've been, we have super people better than akina these guys who are relatives za Raila wanapewa hizo matiketi fake. Akina Bandi, they are better people than those guys, but they are denied the chance to do that. People would not even have sold, people would not have agreed to go with Raila where he has gone, people would stand and tell Raila off. But you see now, can you talk against Raila when you have goons like what you saw at KICC? And that is ODM. Fortunately, as I said, this is the time of revelation. So even when we say that ODM is a big party, oh my God, I wish we could start off again. That election comes and then we see, because people are mad with bad manners. People are bad with bad manners. And then another thing is that people really want parties to be killed. People don't want that party system, because party system ni mfuko ya the chairman ya the owners. ODM is ni banki ya baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Wiper ni banki ya Kalonzo and all that kind of a thing. There is no benefit for mwananchi. In fact, one of the referendum, if it comes, one of the things itakuwa watu waende bila those nonsensical multi-party thing. Let's go and have people with their ideologies. There is no value addition by having parties. Yeah, I'll be one of those proponents of abolition of parties, and we just say we adopt our own system. Yeah. So, Julia, let me say, when we have these young people coming up, let's not start panicking. Raila Amolo Odinga panicked because of Gen Z, a whole mzee, he panicked. Aliona ni kama glory yake imechukuliwa and all that kind of a thing, which was very, very disappointing. Yeah. Instead of, he should have actually even rode with them. But anyway, because he knew what he was doing. Because I tend to believe he had all his plans to join Ruto all along, only that people are too blind to see. They were all indicators. All right. So I'll stop there and plead with people not to cut these young people coming up, because that's how people begin. Tusianze kuwapiga nini na nini. If you don't want to support them, just let them be. Because that's how leaders are made. Even Akina Tom Mboya, they began by talking to people and all that kind of a thing. So for me, I'm so happy. And I know what the Gen Z are looking for is for people with integrity. Si ati wamesema lazima wakuwe president. I don't think that's what they're saying. I've been in most of their spaces. Yeah. What even if you elected Samuel today and gave him presidency, what can he do? Nothing. He can't do even a single thing. Ataanzia wapi? You don't jump from a prefect of a classroom or a student because you are a class what wanaitwa nini wala wa college, class rep. Then you think you can become a president or anything. Kwanza hata kuwa MCA yenyewe ni ngumu. So for me, I think let them be, very aware, then let them also support people. I'm happy they are pointing. They already know some leaders of integrity. Wamepoint, watu wakidiscuss, they know, mature, we have Kenyans, wale ambao wanaweza kuingia pale. So what we are looking for is for them to be aware and for them to be able to support the right leaders. If at all we shall have, get there to have a system that can be able to account for our elections. But if it is Ruto, I have no hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you, PK. Thank you so much. I don't want to add much on everything that everybody has said. That was a fruitful discussion, and my take is, I hope we don't get there. I even hope, maybe the bad hope for some of us, that we don't 2027, that something happens, that we have a snap election. I'm also hoping that something happens, that the parliament is dissolved, government is dissolved, that something just happens. And I'm also hoping, and this is my prayer, that we don't go tribal, and that we take the direction of the Gen Z. And if we do that, I think a lot of these political parties will be rendered irrelevant. And even the tribal balkanization may be rendered irrelevant. That is something Ruto is trying so hard to achieve. And I hope that he does not succeed, so that we see a new face of a new Kenya. That is my hope. And that is the only way that Kenya can change for a better, to be in a better position, according to me. So asanteni sana wa Kenya. Thank you so much. Those who were in the panel, Demba, Guru, Stone PK, Makiadi, Domi, na wenye walikuja, akina Mato, and everybody else, Fred, Resist, everybody else who was with us. Thank you so very much. In the comment section, Helsfa, House of Heru, Pamela, somebody Context, Annie, Jump, Brian, Richard, Gypsy Corner, Pamela, Simon, and everybody else who was in the comment section, and those who are watching us. Thank you very much. Tonight we've discussed a lot, and this morning, and all of us, whether we had our differences in our views, I believe everybody wants a better Kenya. So we want to say that we hope to meet again, maybe next time, same place, but not same time, probably earlier with Bernard. And maybe when we get a chance, some of us may pop in and just share our views and say what we think should be done for us to have a better Kenya. Asanteni sana.
Karibu kupitisha hiyo bill. We are not going to consider anyone. We are going to start from even the head of the state. We are going to the governors. We are coming to the senators, to the members of parliament, to MCS and women. We are going to deal with you. Hata mkikuwa wapi, tukiona tu gari yenyu tuna stone hiyo gari. Mkipitisha hii finance bill, mtaona, mtajua ni nyinyi ndio tumeweka kwa hiyo.
Katambe, ni nyinyi mmechoose hiyo side, hakuna mtu amewaforce. Wacha Katambe, kama unitambui, pia mimi sikutambui boss. Wacha Katambe, mnasema mnataka kupea Kenya bright future. True, juu Zakayo akishuka nirudishia kila mtu mali yake times
4. Jiulize swali wewe kama Mkenya mwenzangu. Dedan Kimathi, Achieng' Oneko, Matthew Shukuku, Matiba, JM Kariuki, Ana Chelagat, Wangari Maathai, George Anyona, wangekuwa wapi sasa? Wangekuwa hapa nje ya bunge wakirepresent sauti ya wananchi. So on Tuesday tunataka kuchunga hii building. Tuambie mkinge kwa hiyo bunge, you vote the way people want. Huo Ruto aende angalie budget yake, aseme tu ambao anataka to reduce. Hii nchi ni yetu. Nchi si ya Ruto ama mama ya Ruto. This country belongs to all of us. So the sovereign power belongs to the people. Sisi tumepatia Ruto kazi. Na tumesema kama as taxpayers, we have to listen to our voices, because the people's voice is the voice of God.